Live. Alright, we are back finally once more with an episode of Survivors of Tarnstead. We are going to start in our usual manner of introduction. First up, we have Blackheart as
Carrick Marsh.
We have Kronos as
Jackson Rodskalo.
We have Hadden as
Telde.
We have Marcus as
Corvus Adalas.
We have Sammy as
Clifton Greysteel.
We have Tobias as
SBS PS Steelshard.
We have me, Yuli, as your friendly DM. Now, it's been a little bit of time. I'd like someone to lend a recap, and anyone can chime in if things are missed. I don't expect one person to know everything.
All right. Last time that happened was Telde went with, oh my God, Temde. And they went to the wreckage where Hevde had died, recovered the majority, like 90% of Hevde's body, brought that back. Talked with the Warforged, talked with the Goliaths. The Goliaths are getting ready to move out, head back to Barast. Well, the continent of Barast. The continent. I don't know what we call it, so it's just the continent of Barast.
Yeah.
They were getting ready to head out. They gave various different ideas. The Goliaths pointed out that some of their people run around packing the skulls of their dead ancestors and shit like that, and the other Warforged thought it was kind of a crass idea to turn him into a weapon, but it was an idea that was being levied about. They went to Beacon to meet up with Corvus and Echo in the murder house.
Basement.
Murder basement. It was pointed out several times that it is in fact a murder basement that everyone in town is afraid of, and nobody is sure why Corvus doesn't turn lights on, even Echo. Echo took over putting the face back onto
Hadwin.
Hedwin and
Hadwin.
And
Hedwig.
While they were getting that done, Corvus lent their aid on what to do about Hevde. What to do about Hevdays, basically.
How to contact Hevde.
And Corvus, basically, with the input from Echo, was like, oh, hey, well, we're probably going to need Shaxan to come help with this, because he can probably tinker something together, because we need to fix the jaw. And, oh, yeah, we're probably going to need a smith. So, in the roundabout way of things that happened, Telde got a hold of Shaxan, had Shaxan come out to come help with fixing Hevde's jaw. At the same time, he went, I need Smith. So he contacted the Brotgren household, where Gifton was currently a squirrel, being a mount for her children who were riding into battle to rescue the princess, aka Care, from the evil dragon, aka Razem. And there was a chittering response, is all that Telde got. Gifton sent both of her spouses over, one of them still dressed as a princess, one of them still dressed as a dragon, over to said murder basement, where murder basement conversations continued. They managed to send Care away, who did not want to be there.
We didn't send Care away. Care just decided to leave.
Care took the option to leave as soon as possible. So then Razem stayed there and helped Shaxan, who showed up and dropped off a mechanical dragonfly for my children to assault, and they probably broke. The group in the murder basement ended up repairing Hevde's head enough that it started to talk and respond to Corvus's spell in a weird roundabout way, where it seemed like it was reacting almost differently to the spell than he was expecting. It was very much wanting to be made into a weapon, for it had died gloriously, and it wants to be able to sing in combat and wallop people hard. And so they made the adjustments of, okay, we're going to do that. At one point, Telde dropped off a gift for Gifton, which was a fingertip of Hevde, but did not tell Gifton that that's what it was. She thinks it's a thimble. Meanwhile, Carrick was dealing with a slew of different people that were coming by, and I believe his grandmother came to visit.
Yep, that's
correct. You had a bunch of interviewed people, I believe, and then you also had your grandmother come by. Your grandmother had brought with her a letter that was delivered outside her lair by a very scared person, which she was surprised that somebody knew where she was. And it was a letter from Carrick's father. It was a very heartfelt letter from Carrick's father, detailing that he would meet Carrick up in Wyndon at some point if he would, in fact, so choose. Meanwhile,
She also gave house safety trinkets so we don't burn and or melt the house where the babies are born.
Yes. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Beacon / everywhere else that we are at all times, we have the adventures of Cassiopeia Steelshod as she is packing around a little baby Bambi, and she gets some input, I believe, from Dadriel, about the fact that you can actually leave it in your house, and it'll probably just hunker down and act like baby deer do. Baby deer hide, and they just stay good all day until mommy come back for them. So Cassie goes and drops them off at the pool and her at the daycare that is her house. Then Cassie started going around and trying to get her P's and Q's figured out. I believe she ended up going to talk to Scrim Hayason about the Leviathans.
Yep.
Because she was trying to find information about the Leviathans, because she was talking to Dadriel about the rescue and saying she didn't want Dadriel risking himself. And Dadriel was talking about, oh, hey, can you survive down there? And Cassie didn't really understand that pressure is a thing. She's like, oh, I used to be able to breathe underwater. And that was where she thought the problem ended. Cassie also came up with the idea of leaving a note down there, which was actually pretty cool. And the idea of leaving a sending stone with the note down there, but knowing that paper wouldn't stand up to it, she thought about doing it with wood. But then the thought of, wait, I think wood floats. That might be a problem. Maybe get it in metal. So yet again, a smith was sought out, and this time it was Care. So Care is on the mission of battering a piece of metal to do this really long message that Cassie wants. And I don't know if she understands. Care doesn't have the best handwriting, so hopefully he does well. So Care is
to get worse.
Care is beating that into some metal for Cassie, for Dadriel to take and go drop off under the sea.
Giffin's just going to hear the occasional "fuck" come from the smithy as he misspells something.
I mean,
you know, brownies are barely literate, right? Do you know how hard it is for us to read a book?
He's just gonna end up with a small pile of steel in the corner, and all of it's just gonna be like
just gonna keep
progressively
melting it
getting
down
further
and
and further in the letter.
He's a smith, not a clerk.
Anyway, this is how the typewriter got invented. So
brownies?
But unfortunately, it was useless to us because it didn't burn into metal.
This is how the forged writer is invented.
Yes. So Care is busy working on that. And while Cassie's having this interesting conversation with Scrim's like, help me pack some shit. We're trying to leave. This is what you can do because you're a centaur, motherfucker. Help me pack some shit. So Cassie helps pack stuff and then is like, oh wait, are you leaving today? You're going through Beacon? Oh no, alarm bells. My family wants to kill you. I must protect Scrim. Scrim being amused that Cassie suddenly thinks, poor little Scrim need protection.
I think he's amused to see people who are actively attempting to murder him.
Yeah, I know.
Suddenly going, no, it's okay, friend.
Yeah, Scrim also communicated that he had actually with his tribe they had control of a baby kraken that they had learned how to control or something like that from everything. And then also
that consequently lets them.
Yeah, but
they have a baby kraken that consequently gives them control of the big kraken.
Yeah, but they were also saying that they that he knew the place where he would meet with the one Illithid guy on a river, and he would take Cassie in 2 weeks hence. Exactly. Cassie ran off and grabbed her brother mother and took them up to Wyndon to go spontaneously shopping. Don't worry, this isn't because of anything going on back home. We're just spontaneously shopping all day in Wyndon till night, when surely all of the Goliaths will be gone. So Cassie thinks. And that's what
hopes.
Cassie hopes. And Meanwhile, we jump once more back into Beacon to other people. Dadriel shows up. One of the many times Dadriel shows up at Gifton's house throughout the course of the day, which at one point Gifton was a little goat running around, bashing her head into other goats and climbing on top of Dadriel and jumping off of him because it was fun. Dadriel convinced Gifton that, hey, we should go get Oberon and take him to go see Morris. And Gifton was like, no, we shouldn't do that because Titania said that taking the Fae out of the Fae is bad and that it rips like part of the Fae with them and it does a whole bunch of bad things. And she didn't want to cause any damage to Titania and she doesn't want to cause any damage to Oberon. She doesn't want to cause any damage to the Fae. But Dadriel was very insistent that it needed to happen and that Titania doesn't know everything and that, you know, she's just overprotective of Oberon and Oberon's really strong. We should be able to take Oberon wherever the fuck we want. And also it'd be good for Oberon to get away from Titania for a little bit because he thinks that they have a not so good relationship, but it's also a good relationship. And so Gifton ended up going along with it, but she was really hesitant and she was like really ready at any point to just be like, maybe we don't. But Oberon managed to get talked into it. He did in fact say that if anything goes wrong, aka Titania gets mad, it's entirely my fault and I get all of the blame. And I told him I would take whatever punishment is going to be dealt to me by that, and that's fair because it is my fault. And I looked over at Dadriel like, yes, it's totally my fault. So we also knew better.
It's not like Oberon spent a whole bunch of time away from Titania for years. They developed some kind of, you know, horrible fucking complex or anything.
Yeah, it's fine. So then you know, we get Dadriel, Oberon, and me on a lurch journey over back to where Shaxan is at, which by the way, Shaxan has been the entire time occasionally getting pulled out to do weird our stuff from us, which is pissing off the mental because the mental wants basically Valda and him to just be sitting there working on their project like good little research monkeys, but no, they keep getting distracted by other shit going on in the world. Goddamn idiots. There's nothing more important. So Telsha is running around as this weird draconid thing or whatever. They're not in the body of the physical anymore, right?
No, they are in a metallic dragonoid body.
Draconoid body.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're in their Draconoid body researching with Valda. Valda keeps getting offered to go do things and is just telling Shaxan take notes. Shaxan makes a major breakthrough on the pedestal thing, and Valda and Telsha are really the only interest they have in it is the fact that they could probably siphon power from the network to help with their own project. That was their only kind of real input on it. But Shaxan has like kind of a virus thing that can like burn into the other things remotely and then like do a remote shutdown kind of thing. But
well, the breakthrough was it could also be turned into the siphon for their power, their
power thing, or also it could be turned into a horrific weapon. Yeah, big horrific weapon. So there was that conversation. Shaxan continued to slave away down there like slaving do because Shaxan, super research monkey. Gifton, meanwhile, went into the Fae with the rest of the angel crew from the Fae, going in to see Morris. Morris was laying in the grass trying to see if he could sink away into forever because Morris is like that and it's depressing.
Morris does as Morris does.
Morris does as Morris does. And so Gifton was like, oh, hey, well, you know, I brought you a friend. And Morris, unfortunately, has never seen goddamn Oberon, apparently, in his life and didn't recognize the goddamn King of the Fae. Oberon was very nice and was trying to be pretending. He was pretending that he was trying to be nice but didn't know how to be nice and was in an awkward situation, but he was actually just genuinely being nice. It was layers upon layers of bullshit because of insight. But we were basically just sitting there and we were hearing the story of Morris, the three of us just sitting there doing that. And during that, at one point, Oberon, who had heard that from me that the people of Faramir had been, you know, helping, and from Morris that people of Faramir had been helping him against the weird pedestal-y things, basically reached out and used the power of I'm Oberon to try to snap those things to see if he could, and caused a bunch of alarms and a bit of panic where Shaxan was. You're welcome, Shaxan. I did tell him maybe don't do it because I was worried that it would cause damage to people that were helpful to us, and that was my only reason to hold back on doing it. And because I don't care about the rest of the Extract, it burns. And so we held them back from doing that, and then we continued listening to Morris. And I don't know if I missed anything, but that's as much as I can remember for a recap. You're welcome.
Oh, that's a very good recap. I think that's about it, unless anyone else wants to chime in with anything that has been forgotten.
The only thing I'd say is there was one other thing is Carrick did get a little bit of information about I am horrible with this name, Ewan Affleck.
Oh,
You-
Innes Affleck?
Innes Affleck.
Yes, from
And
Grandma Len.
Carrick hired the workers he was going to have for some of them around his house and some of them
In the bar.
in the
Yeah.
bar so far, yeah.
Yep.
And is still searching for more, if I remember right.
Yes.
Okay, right. I'm going to give everybody a heroic inspiration. There you go.
Make
Oh,
sure to
all
not
the
play
XP.
immediately.
Okay, I'm looking at mine. Cool.
What'd you get? Trade?
She handed everyone to heroic.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
she really did have him to everyone.
Uh-huh. Trade?
Or I'm gonna ask because all the XP. Are we dealing with that still, or are we dropping those?
I mean, it's still useful.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I have to play this.
What is it?
Draw 2 cards from the inspiration
Draw
deck.
2 more.
Okay.
What is this card?
It's my card I'm giving to you for having done the primary chunk of the recap.
Here, I'll trade you a card.
No trading. Just take.
Here, this is a card for you.
No trading. Just take,
I'm
please.
hoping it's a draw two immediately.
Insider
This is the
trading, please.
reverse dog with a ball situation.
Yeah. It duplicated it.
I'm deleting this card.
It duped it when I did that. I've got 2 of the same card now.
Alright, Toby, go ahead and draw 2 from the heroic deck.
Oh, I drew 2 regular ones.
Oh, well, keep those and draw 1 from the heroic. How about that? Let's see. Recall.
Actually, wait, Toby, is this the one you played?
The immediate draw two. Immediate.
Yeah.
The draw two immediate is what he played. Yes.
Yeah, but you have to.
No, he
discard
didn't
one.
draw. No, not that card. The one that's all
Okay,
black.
well, I got 2 of them, so I'd like to.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, standard.
Same deck, heroic.
If we're doing that, I'm quickly just discarding if you want to do. Then do
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
I draw 2 standards. God, I hate.
Everybody have the draw two immediately
I do that
thing.
wrong. I do that wrong every goddamn time.
There's where the cards are being played.
I got some good cards. Yay! Okay. Anyway, so where are we?
Dealing with cards on the table right now. 1 second.
And I drew from the standard because I'd played the standard version of it.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to pick up with a little bit more time skippery because we are technically in downtime here. I'm just sort of going through it.
Wine.
Gifton, your time spent with Morris and Oberon, which Oberon's going to stay there for quite a significant chunk of time, it feels like. Whether you want to dwell there the entirety of the time he does, Dadriel is staying around with him, or you want to go home. It's about 2 days he's there with Morris.
I'll stay.
Okay. So yeah, Morris does tell the tale about himself, which you will learn that as far as Fey Lords are concerned, Morris is the equivalent of, you know how you get a tiny little manor house in an unknown region by a podunk little village, and that's technically a lord?
Yep.
That's what Morris is.
Mm-hmm.
And he just ended up in this position of being one of the few remaining lords left, so congratulations.
I mean, the only lord left, you mean?
Yep. Which Oberon doesn't treat him any less for that. There are a couple of points in Morris's talks with Oberon where Morris's desperation and despair comes out a bit. His talking becomes a bit more hurried, panicked. It's close to seeing a breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quickly smothered by this little fantasy and persona that Morris has built for himself. And he seems a little ashamed to have that come out.
Mm-hmm.
Oberon does not comment on it at all. That's not done. You don't make a remark on somebody else's moments of lack of decorum and so on. But towards the end of it, Morris definitely is better off for the visit. Whether it's a sense of not being quite so alone, the promise made that you will be part of the whole again, and that you have done the best that you could for those under you. Basically, Oberon just tries to reassure him, and I'm sure the subject, you join in on discussions of, yes, we're going to be bringing down this network one way or another.
Yep, giving them a chance to do it quietly, but I only have so much patience.
Yeah. Which, yes, Oberon does reaffirm that it will come down sooner or later. Oberon humours Morris's darker tastes. Quite happily browses his gallery and actually seems genuinely interested.
Oh, that makes Dadriel just feel awful.
Yeah, Dadriel is distinctly uncomfortable browsing Morris's gallery of death, which you get the impression from Oberon, and he might even talk to you on the side about it, that yes, this far of an obsession of it is not a done thing, but it's also not entirely abnormal for a Fae to want to make art of their own demise, as many take on roles in one incarnation of their life where they want to have a glorious is the wrong word, but a spectacle of a death. It's part of the act after all. Wanting to experience pain in so many ways, though, that is odd.
That's new.
Yes. So he's a little concerned, thinks it might be a bit unhealthy, but probably not as worried as most mortals would be.
It's fixable.
It's fixable. He does actually seem concerned, though, that Morris might be interested in a finalized death. He's deeply troubled by that, because it's a concept that to him is a bit too close to home in some regards. But yes, you come away from this, Oberon promising that he will return. Morris, of course, tries to hide it very, very much that he's worried about people leaving, but he puts on a brave face and bids Lord Oberon a farewell. Thanks you for bringing him. Seems still unsure how to act around Dadriel, but thanks him nonetheless. And you come away from this feeling that Morris is in a little bit better of a mind, even if it's only a little. Exiting the Feywild through Dadriel's form of travel seems to affect Oberon far more than arriving did. You land once more in Oberon's kingdom, only for him to rather immediately tuck his hands in beneath his sleeves, and he cannot hide the pained look on his face as you all land.
Everyone all right? Bumpy ride.
Dadriel smiles apologetically. I'm sorry, this is a little troublesome. And Oberon quickly tries to smooth out his features as he goes, quite all right, yes. I'm have been away for some time and should probably return to my duties here. Must put on a face for my beloved court, of course.
Of course, Great Fee Lord. I'll give him a curtsy. Thank you for everything.
He just inclines his head slightly towards you as he goes, of course, any time that you need me, you need but call on me.
I think, Great Lord, that it's we can consider any obligation you may have felt complete. I would not wish to press on to the good graces of the Fae.
He gives you a curious look and he goes, obligation?
You've been very kind to me, and I thought that was because I helped with Tanya.
Thankfulness and obligation are not the same thing. Obligation would be for a deal we had made. I'm sure I'm not held to any obligation, yes?
Of course not.
And I hope you will continue to enjoy the thankfulness that I show. Served.
If you ever have need of me, my lord, you may also call.
I will not hesitate to.
I hope not.
He looks aside briefly and seems to be staring off past what's actually there. We are kin, after all.
I consider you family.
And his eyes actually flick to Dadriel, and for a brief moment you can see the confusion of half-forgotten memories, of things reawakening, reminders, freezed somewhat. Just flicker across his face as he goes, and thank you as well. And with that moment where he's not prepared to confront what's going through his mind, he just smiles at Dedriel and bows his head. And Dedriel, of course, gives a polite, actual bow in return.
Well, we are taking up a bit of the Fey Lord's time. Shall we, brother?
Well, let's. I wish you and your lady a good day. And he smiles at Oberon.
Remember, it's all my fault.
Oh, I'm sure she hasn't even noticed I'm gone.
Oh, I bet she has. How could she? How couldn't she?
Before that notice happens, shall we depart?
Yeah, we should probably go. The stars haven't been set right for days. I don't know how the world's functioning.
Oh, yes. And Oberon's actually sort of looking off across the distance towards the horizon. And Dadriel will just look at you and go, lead the way.
Lead him out.
Okay. As you are heading back towards the bridge, Dingus sort of nibbling at your ear as you go. It seems half affection, half bored. There is a moment where you turn the corner, and of course, Lady Titania is standing there.
My lady, hi. How are you doing today?
She quirks an eyebrow and you goes, "There is no need for the lady part."
Oh, there isn't?
I think we're quite beyond that, aren't we?
I mean, you. But just sure. my lady. I mean, you're the lady of my people.
Then it is a pleasure to see you as well, herald of forgotten gods, raiser of the new gods. What should we call you? What grand title can we assign?
Why don't we just get it over with and call me Lawlessel?
I think it would be in distaste for you to take the name of someone past.
Past, gone, back, always. You don't want to be Lady Titania.
I quite enjoy being Lady Titania, but it's also nice to have those that you don't have to act with such.
All right, fine. I will call you Tits.
Very cute. I like it. And she gives you that right knowing look. It's not gone past her. I suppose it's fitting coming from somebody that would abscond with my husband.
I have a terrible older brother that's a bad influence on me. You might know him.
Yes. Adriel. We were just leaving, you see. I'm sure you were. How was he?
Oh, Morris, he was doing all right. He's struggling a bit, but I actually think it was really good. Good visit. Good 2 days.
Was it good for Oberon as well?
I'm not a judge of that. I think it was good for him. Because he was really good to Morris. Like, really good with Morris. Like, genuinely kind. In a really deep way.
She actually looks a little bit guilty as she says, "Can you be certain of that? Genuinity."
There were like layers of it because he was acting like he didn't know how to be nice and he was trying to be nice, but he was also trying like I could catch that he was acting his way through that. But he put a lot of effort into it.
I must confess since returning to his side that a reminder of how good an actor he is. You think you catch him acting a role, and that in itself might be an act in itself. It's wrong of me, I know, to doubt his sincerity, but
I think he is doing the best he can to be kind, and I will trust that. I would rather believe that he is being kind than assume the worst of him.
That, and it is better for a cruel man to act kind than for a cruel man to be cruel, is it not? Adriel says.
Not cruel, he's just crazy.
I'm not suggesting he is, only that we should be thankful for his current state, no matter the cause. Well, next time you arrive, I shall think of some fitting punishment for you having stolen him away, but I am glad that he was able to help Morris, and that maybe it's helped him.
I hope it has. He is busy making sure everybody knows he's still around, and he made a promise that if you were mad, it would be at me. So yeah, I guess that will have to be.
Then I suppose in my anger, you'll have to, I don't know, bring some nice wine or something to the next visit.
Oh, how harsh of a punishment.
Yes. Well
You're
then.
not good at this, are you?
Not this time, no.
Alright.
Run along then before I decide to pluck your wings and turn you into, I don't know, deer.
Oh. That would be awful.
Yes, I'm sure you'd hate that.
Oh, I'd hate to be a deer. Oh no. Adriel would make a really cute deer.
Adriel looks aghast and goes, "We'll be taking our leave." And he very awkwardly bows very quickly to Titania.
Goodbye, Titania. It was wonderful to see you again.
And
I'm sorry to have stolen your husband away.
she just waves her hand away. It's like, oh, there's many dalliances he's had. This is one of the more harmless ones.
Don't steal mine.
Not without your good grace attending as well.
Oh,
And
oh, Lady Titania.
she quirks an eyebrow at you. Want
What?
to try to rephrase that?
Goodbye, Lady Titania.
Lady Tits.
She sighs and rubs her head and goes, "We'll get the lady dropped at some point."
I said goodbye, Titania.
No, you actually said Lady Tanya the first time.
No, I did.
Yeah.
You did. You
Yeah.
did.
Oh no. All right. Goodbye, Titania.
That's better. Goodbye, Gifton, Dadriel. And Dadriel nods, takes your hand and starts to quickly hurry along the path.
Get you out of
Dare
here.
she didn't say goodbye to Lord.
Oh yeah,
Dingus.
that's true. And she will actually curtsy to Dingus and say goodbye, Lord Dingus off the bridge. Dingus meeps.
He likes his full title.
He does like his full title.
Why are we going to the bridge? I say to Dad.
I don't know.
There isn't even a door out from the bridge.
One of you do the thing.
Yeah, I'll do the thing. I'm just gonna cast plane shift and get the three of us out.
Okay.
I could have done this at any point. But I like to think that because I'm Fae, I just
You go to
along
cast plane
with it.
shift and Dingus starts meeping angrily.
Oh, what? What do you want to do, Dingus?
You get flashes of bridge.
Fine, we go to the bridge.
He will spend a good half hour basking in his domain.
Yes. He needs to meep and let everyone know
Yeah.
I am Lord of the Bridge.
He will be attended to by a few pixies who seem to like bring him whatever he requests, which
Yep.
is that flower over there, a leaf from that tree, no, a better leaf.
Yeah, we like this leaf.
Yeah.
Okay, now we chase.
Yeah. And you can return on home.
Mhm.
Okay. Carrick,
Yes.
over the next few days, more interviews.
Okay.
You will be able to. You're going to have about 6 more people you interview. Most of them, basically, you don't get anyone sent your way that like can't work. There's no one that it would be absolutely terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Some are definitely far more qualified than others.
Okay.
There's 3 of them that
Mm-hmm.
they would require a lot of like training work-wise, no matter where you put them. 3 of them, yep, you can easily find positions for them in your household. Who do you want to hire? Who do you want to not hire? Are you hiring all of them? What are you going to do?
Well, because I have refound, thanks to someone else, how much the actual area makes,
Mhm.
I'm actually probably going to hire all of them.
Okay, I thought that might happen.
Yeah. And that includes the 2 from the previous one that I will get back with you for sure. And so I'm hiring, that's 9 total? I think?
Yep, that's 9 total. Okay.
And I am placing them with best to their abilities.
Lord Mark is officially the
two.
largest of the noble households now.
Well, I'm
thankfully-
flying tavern and house, so
Yes.
yes.
How many do you want to be going to the tavern? Just those 2? You're sending another one? Your tavern really can't. Like, if you start putting too many people at the tavern,
Yeah.
it's probably not going to be
Yeah,
conducive.
yeah. I've got what's his name, Rod?
Mhm.
The kid was hired. How many do I think the tavern can actually probably use?
On top of
Obviously.
its current staff,
Mhm.
a sensible estimate would probably be three extra at most.
Okay.
It also depends. Just like, hey, you could have it overstaffed, and you're just like, paying people's wages for not a real good monetary reason. But hey,
Which, I mean, it's good for the city, for
Yeah.
the village. So, I'll do 3 to the tavern, and the others will
Okay.
find.
So you have 6.5 household staff. Thankfully, a couple of the actual trained people here could easily take a couple under their wing. I will say, like, most of them have skills such as are useful around the household. Most of them can learn. If you want a true, like, here is somebody that is trained to run a household, you probably have to reach outside of the city.
Okay.
The village, I should say. Town.
For not quite yet, I might, since I have a feeling I am making a trip up to Winden soon. Actually, we have contacts.
You do?
We do. We actually have a noble family that
You do?
we know quite well that could probably direct me to where I would look at trying to find someone to hire like that.
I mean, you've got multiple noble contacts. You've got the Capes, you've got the Illyras through RG if you wanted.
Yeah, I think of the Capes the most because we're
Buddies with them.
yeah.
Mhm.
I don't have a direct. Wait, I have a sending spell.
You do.
Actually, since I've been here a couple days, is why am I drawing a blank? The younger brother, still
Lucian?
here. Lucian, yeah. Or is he back? Is he left Beacon?
I think at this point he may have departed.
Okay. I'm kind of more on terms with Lucian than with
Callan, yeah.
Callan, so I'm going to send a message. I go to someone else.
Okay, you want to convert this?
It takes me a while to do these messages because I am not smart like other people.
Okay, right. Let's go on over to Cassie. Right, you there, Cass?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, Cassie.
Yes.
What are you actually chasing up next?
Well, we got the meeting with Scrim coming up in 8 days. I assume there was no problems with the family and getting them out of Beacon while the Goliaths move through.
No, you actually have a very pleasant little day out, and the Goliaths move through Beacon with no problem.
Unmolested, thank God. So we have the backup plan, the tablet, which is now the backup plan. Cass is going to start hunting books.
Okay, you want to spend your time finding books for the library?
Library, and she's also going to be poking around the Winden library as she can, looking for how to raise deer.
Okay, right. If you want to do that, you will find that the Winden library is under repair still, but it is open. Like, basically, the burnt floor has actually been shored up enough that there's no risk of collapse, and it's just off limits while it's being fixed up. The rest of the library is open for access, and if you go there, you will actually find Lady Gentle.
And I hope the person at the desk is there.
He does not appear to be there.
Oh no.
Unfortunately,
is
we
Lady Gentle
failed to
busy,
sell.
or is she sequestered herself off?
Lady Gentle actually just seems to be directing some workmen that are actually moving up on the second floor right now. And when I say workmen, I mean these are rather expensive looking woodcrafters and so on.
Ah,
Um,
I'm
you,
insulted.
you see quite a lot of what looks like to be elderly elven gentlemen, which elderly looking for a high elf probably means that they're quite experienced.
Ah,
Um, but as you come on in, she'll actually catch you in her gaze as she's turning her head, and she goes, "Oh, it's still shot.
my lady, how are you today?
Quite well. How about yourself?"
I'm doing okay. Just looking for books, but I noticed a staple of the library isn't in today. Is he okay?
Oh, off with the flu.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I gave him some good stuff to help him along the way. At his age, want to be a bit careful, you know.
Indeed. As much as we don't get along, I will not wish ill upon someone who does not deserve it.
No, and he is actually a good librarian for all of his manners.
I would call it quirks. He has reason. He has great manners, but he has some very interesting quirks.
Ill temperament.
Uh, damage from the fire, I assume.
Oh yes, we've got a lot of the base structure replaced and already fixed up, but well, you can't just present a charred husk of a room.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Well, not for me. Must give the books the best seating as possible. That, and I have some, well, extra precaution being taken with a certain wing.
Ah, okay. Yeah, my library's a little charred at the moment.
Hmm.
Scorched, I should say. Had a very excitable visitor.
Oh, a fire starter.
Mm, thunderbolts and lightning.
Hmm.
Very, very punchy, too.
Well, such things are bound to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you're looking for books.
Yes.
You have indeed come to the right place.
I would hope so. Otherwise, I'd be very, very much questioning why you have so many, if it is not a place for books.
Normally, I would say you're out of luck. I did already give you some overstock we had, and wouldn't normally have more. But seeing as one of my wings is completely out of order, and I'm going to have to be seeking out some new books anyway, I do have some that could just do with a, call it temporary to permanent home, depending on how things go in my own searches.
Well, if you want to rehouse some of your tomes in Beacon, we would be more than happy to accommodate you for the time that you need.
Yes. Well, saying that gives me a little bit of an idea. Some books sit on shelves for ages after a reader has, read them, and if it's a particularly niche subject, it'll go unused. Maybe a little bit of back and forth trade in future could be handy. Get something in circulation, passed out to its niche lovers.
I would love to do that, as I'm actually considering opening my library 20 the full day, night and day.
Oh, you're going to pay someone to staff it for the night?
Oh, we have some very interesting people who would be happy to staff it.
Yes, you have the machine folk, unless I suppose a lot of night owls.
Yes. And it was brought to my attention that opening it at night would be reasonable for them. So I'm going to be looking at hiring more librarians to keep the facility open overnight. And as they are probably voracious readers, your lesser looked at books would probably find a welcome set of eyes in Beacon.
Oh, in that case, if you would like to spend the day with me, we can go through some tomes and get a shipment sorted.
I would love to, but I also need to do a little bit of research on my own.
Oh, what variety?
I need to learn how to raise a deer.
It's a unusual.
It is. It very much is, and it's a very unusual situation.
Well, I suppose. What have you killed a deer's mother and decided? Oh, I must raise the poor babe.
No, I kind of made a deal with a somewhat powerful being for information, and the deal was a life for a life. The baby deer had lost its mother, and so I'm going to raise it for a while until it is old enough to be on its own, and then I'm going to try and rehome it.
Ah, that might be a little bit of a problem if you raise it and it becomes used to, well...
That's why I want to find out as much information as I can.
I don't suppose you've tried approaching a Ilum priest of some variety?
I have, and it's kind of... It's hard to explain.
Well, we do have quite a few books on animal husbandry of various kinds. We'll have to see if there's anything in regards to nursing wild animals. I'm sure there must be.
But I will happily hang around here today, help you sort through some of your books, and read up on what I can as I can.
Why don't you go and you know how to use the... Oh no, Yuli's forgotten the word. Cards.
The catalog.
Catalog, thank you.
Card catalog.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something else you may want to take a look at the Beacon Library.
Hmm?
We had someone redo our catalog system overnight.
Nobody can find it.
Oh, perhaps I'll have to
Everybody
arrange a
is a bit
visit for
better.
myself. Still,
Yeah.
go look through the card catalogue, as subpar to you as it might be at this point.
Any card catalog, if it's usable, is perfectly fine. I am not that picky.
Thanks. Can I have some help? By the way, your library sucks compared to mine.
She crosses her arms, and while you can't see her eyes, the slight smirk on her face suggests that actually, yeah, there might be a bit of competition now. And she just sort of nods her head and goes, "And go find your book if you can with such an ankle-tated system. I'll get my work done here, and then we'll see what we're up to later."
Thank you. And
Cassie, queen of the humble brag.
Humble
Oh,
flex.
I totally need help with something, but we do it so much better at my place. If I had your books, it would be so much better.
Cass is going to trot off to hunt down a book.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check, Cass.
Reopen that. Wait for that. Click
Moments
that.
later, when Cassie
Scroll
goes, "Yes, it
down.
would be easier at my card catalog."
First off, make sure I'm not rolling advantage on that. Investigation.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, it takes you about 40, 50 minutes of checking books and so on, but you are able to find a book that does cover the husbandry of a few wild animals, including deer.
Okay, so that's actually only an 18.
It's only an
No.
18,
Yeah. It has guidance rolling on it.
so -3.
Shouldn't- Yeah. Well, minus the -3.
Yeah,
It's
so
just the 21.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just 21.
Yeah,
There
that's
was something else in there I missed.
yeah,
but
no,
it's
that's still
perfect. So, yeah.
fine.
Okay.
So yeah, you'll find a book on basically the rear and release of wild animals. Looks like it was written by a hunter that was actually quite upset with a few early situations of his own. Went on to become a bit of a animal lover and basically just a rehabilitator of wild animals, and wrote this book.
And Cass is going to read as much as she can before Lady Gentle arrives.
Okay. Alright, you do your reading, and you get a good couple of hours of actual reading in, and it's probably far more than you need, although memorizing something is a bit different than actually having a reference on hand. But as you're sitting there with it, you can make notes if you want. Like, there's nothing stopping you from copying it down.
Cass will make notes in
Yeah.
her own way.
Yeah. What is your own way? What, a wooden chisel? Or
Pulling out some random scrap of
Knife on the desk.
paper.
okay. The notes liable to get lost in the bag method.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As you're sort of finishing noting down something, there's a sort of clearing of the throat behind you as the Lady Gentle comes up and goes, "You've got quite the array of paper there."
Oh, and Cass is going to pull out the sheaf. Yeah. I don't have the most organized note-taking scheme because she's also going to flip it open, and there's lots of blueprinting drawings, design ideas, and
The
whatnot.
clear look of disapproval on her face shows that she agrees with you there. Just gonna,
Numbers written on it for like
yeah.
how far a drawer should be.
If you want, we could have this copied professionally. Or you could borrow the book. This is the library.
Borrowing it seems like a good idea.
Grand idea if you're
But
raising a deer.
Cass is going to close the book and hold it. How about we add this to the first potential candidate to be shifted over to my library on a temporary basis?
How about you get a copy of it?
I tell you what, you have quite a few. I'm trying to think of a polite way to say this. New populace that might not be fully employed and have an assortment of skills, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Then I would like to add something to the proposition.
Hmm?
You find yourself a scribe, and I will pay you to house books on the principle that they are then copied.
Okay. I can see if I can find a scribe amongst our group. There would probably be a couple in there who would be happy to have want for something to do.
Yes, if it comes down to it, I expect that you might find some that are quite capable of the classic style of book copying, which, writing manually. If you
Nice.
find enough need for it, you could invest in a print press.
A what?
You've not seen them?
I don't
A
think
printing
so.
press.
Have I heard of this?
Oh!
I have no idea what magic you are talking about.
Not magic, mechanics. They've been showing them off in one of the academies in the city. They're looking for
What does it do?
investors. Well, it removes a lot of the laborious writing. Honestly, it replaces it with a new kind of labor, honestly, in switching out on its plates, but it enables the quite rapid manufacture of the same manuscript again and again and again. I'm going to put some money into it myself.
I would have to investigate it. Which academy I may be interested in going and seeing this.
She pulls out her really nice paper and pens. Her very organized book with some tucked in notes. She'll just take a sheet, delicately write the address out on a piece of paper that has nothing else on it. And she seems to look at you. She does this as if this is note taking, this is note giving, this is organization. And she'll hand it off to you and just say, "Tell them I sent you. You should be received well."
I like to think that as a result of seeing Cassie's note taking, it only reaffirms to Lady Gentle that her catalog system is, of course, better. There is nothing she can learn from Cassie. Oh.
Well, you ready to sort some books?
Honestly, I think perhaps you should see about getting this scribe thing sorted first. I will come up with some books that I can spare, and we'll arrange for a delivery, well, once we have all those details ironed out.
Should I will let you know what happens. I may be back through town in the next few days.
It'll be a pleasure to see you. Perhaps we can have tea one day.
Have you been to Millie's yet?
Millie's. The Ratown Centaur.
Yes.
Yes, you've mentioned her. I did. I confess I did not go personally. I sent somebody to get me something, but yes, I've tried her goods.
I think she does tea there too. She's a good friend.
Good friend. Her things are a little sweet for my taste.
Well, different taste buds. Everyone has different tastes.
Centaurs like things a little sweeter. They like just the straight
Sugar
sugar.
cube. And
We will try to find a place then.
how about
Because I'm always
you
interested.
send me a message the day before, and I'll try and have some time cleared where we can sit down together.
Okay, I will. I'm trying to think of a good way to get a message over here.
You know so
How
many
about-
mages.
My spell slots.
Yes, but I don't like leaning on them.
Oh, you must. What else are they going to do with
Because
their
the ma-
fast magical power?
Just most of us fall over with your weight.
I'm too tall for you to lean on.
There is a moment where Cass's ears just kind of twist and she just grumbles a little bit. I don't know why, but I thought I felt the itch on the back of my neck of someone bad-mouthing my weight. But anyways,
He looks you up and down and just goes, honestly, you're a skinny waif of a child at this point.
yeah, I'm a child. You would be surprised how much trouble that's caused me. But anyways, I will look into the scribe thing and we'll be in touch.
Right. Well then, I bid you good day, and I look forward to our future endeavours together.
Cass nods and goes to put the book away and then she's going to trot off.
Mhm.
She now has plans.
Okay.
And she's going to head back to Beacon and immediately go for the library.
Okay. What are you going to do there?
If the library is open,
Where's your brother?
Did you?
don't.
You
I
took your
don't
brother
know.
up. You took your
Yeah.
brother up
Do it.
to Winden with you, and you
Oh,
went to Millie's.
Mhm.
Where have you ditched your brother? You were trying specifically to keep them away from Beacon because of Scrim and
Oh,
his
no.
tribe.
Cass accidentally left him at Millie's in there.
Cass
No,
is going to head
Cass,
back to
Cass let him.
Millie's.
Cass let him go.
Honestly, I will
home.
say he's actually probably off doing his own shopping. You know, he doesn't want to actually hang around his sister constantly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. But you can meet back up with him and make the trip back to Beacon if you so please. Do you
Fuck
check
yes.
ahead to make sure that the Goliaths are gone?
Yes.
Okay. How do you check ahead to make sure the Goliaths are gone?
Before I head to try and pick him up, I'm swinging by the teleport
Mhm.
and just finding out if they know if the auxiliary forces from Hexenright have moved through Beacon.
They look at you and glance at each other, the two sort of postmen post here, and go, "No idea, ma'am."
Hmm.
They'd have no way of knowing. They're not mages.
True. Okay, well, thank you.
They're just
Cass
guys
is
to
going
make
to
sure
then
nobody
go
messes
rooting
with
through
us.
her bag looking for a sending stone. You're going to kill me. Pinging Drax. Not Drax.
Drax is not
Jackson.
in this game.
Wow, wrong game.
Hang on a second, I need to go call somebody on Discord.
We
Oh,
brought
no.
someone else into this call.
We called Drax over into
I'm
this.
calling Shax. He's the one with the radio.
All right, Shaxton,
Mm-hmm.
you're finally back at work.
Oh, no.
Telsha's finally looking not as
Telsha
right
is
now.
actually in the middle of a discussion with you, talking about some of the applications of, the discoveries you've made. Broaching the subject of perhaps some safe siphoning of these pylons, while also working towards a deactivation. They're likely to let off a burst of energy when they're deactivated either way. Why not harness it? When you get a communication from Cassie. What is it, Cass?
Shax, could you do me a favor when you get a chance? Could you find out from someone in Beacon if the Goliaths have moved through? I'm currently keeping a force of nature out of town and preventing any sort of bloodshed.
Look, even if it is only a minutiae of the energy that we're able to harvest, every little bit helps. And you're hearing both of these at the same time.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, Shax is more actively focusing on listening to the mental. He's got shit he needs to get done.
Oh, that's an interesting conversation. I have no idea what was just said.
Huh?
You wouldn't do that. This spell goes between you and I.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
you won't hear
Shaq
any of
hearing
this.
both,
Yeah.
not you.
Mhm.
Not you, not
Oh,
you,
I thought I
Cass.
picked up
Nope.
a
Nope.
bit of.
No, like an actual radio.
Okay, well,
In fact, actually,
Sound-
Jax will, while they're talking, he will actually calmly reach and pull the link pearl from his ear and calmly sit it on the table and continue listening.
There's no reply.
oh, my
Which I'm going to assume that he can
Jackson
understand.
saying, no, I am not the operator.
He's saying, right now, this needs to be focused on.
I like to think that the mental nods that you
yeah,
do.
she actually watches you do that
She
and go,
understands that a
interruption.
little bit, yes.
I appreciate your
Nothing that
focus.
cannot wait. There's nothing that cannot wait.
And she will continue talking with you.
Mhm.
Cass is going to hunt down Grumph.
Okay. Right, that's a fucking right, sure. Yeah. You can
That's the other range she knows in Wyndham.
yeah, you can go to Grump's shop if you want.
Yep.
I mean, it's at least she's not going right for the high general.
Yeah,
Which, oh my god, I just really hope Cass has the presence of mind to realize that we probably didn't tell the people of Barast that we're cycling a bunch of Goliaths through their very protected military circle, and she's not going to tell a bunch of people that, I hope.
That's why I said auxiliaries.
Hey, you guys!
right, you arrive at Grump's shop. Your brother / mother is looking at this place.
Mother?
Yeah, with some hesitancy, and one of them says, "You're not entirely sure who." This place has a strange aura.
Really?
Yes,
How so?
there's wards on it, but nothing against us. And it's trying to obscure something.
Well, I can go in and talk to him if you want to hang out here and just keep an eye on things.
No, best be safe. Going with you.
Besides,
All right.
whatever you're needing to do, you need not hide anything from family.
And Cass is going to stroll on in.
Right, you stroll on in. There's a jingle of a bell, which sort of goes off into different chimes of magical nature. Creates a nice little melody as you enter. That's definitely been upgraded since last time you were here. And as you come in, there is Grumph seemingly like working on a potion of some sort on the counter. Just like mortar and pestle grinding away at something. You can see there's some liquid already in a bottle. And they look up at you as you come on in.
Hello, Grumph. How are you today?
Who are you?
Cassiopeia Steelshod. We did business a while back.
No.
I'm shorter and younger.
Yes, can't be.
Am.
No.
Yes.
Ah, how?
Shenanigans involving the Fae.
Samples?
Samples of what?
A wide grin crosses Grump's face, and they just pull out a syringe from under the desk.
Remember, this is the phlebotomist.
He wants your blood. I'd love to bring him some Fey water. It'd be great.
In trade, of course.
Could we? Okay, well, let's say I give you a sample. How much would you say that sample is worth?
Oh, can't tell until I have it.
But if I give it to you and then you say, "Oh, it's worth nothing," I'm out blood and you have my blood.
I give you your blood back.
But then it's outside of me. It's no longer mine.
Oh, I can put it back in.
It won't feel good. It won't be good.
Already.
Back in. Or you can buy the file it's in and take it with you.
Well, I can tell you this. Everything you know about my previous samples probably changed, so why not?
Oh, marvelous. Okay. Let me. Oh, hang on. Just clean this. 1 second. And they hurry off out back, and you do hear the sound of water running. Hopefully, something more than just water is being used to clean this, but hard to tell.
On the bright side, it's the same needle they used to drain the everload shit out of Carrick. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's the
Carrick.
same needle from last time. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Still got your blood on it. from
And
last time.
they come back out, and they're holding the needle and like, okay, arm out. First, are you wanting to barter or coin?
Barter.
Oh, easier then. Okay. And they'll take hold
Cass
of you.
puts her arm out.
They'll take hold of your forearm, and rather unceremoniously, needle is jabbed in. And
Brother, mother is
you
not
you
pleased.
see your brother actually wincing at that, and it probably is your brother simply because he's not that fond of needles.
Neither is Cass, but Cass needs to do this so people don't die.
Yeah, and a rather large
Drama.
vial of your blood is drawn from a rather thick needle, as they are back then, and that's then slid out of your arm. He just takes a little piece of what looks like to be folded cotton, puts it against the spot that it was drawn from. He goes, yeah, hold that.
Cass will hold it down.
Okay, let me take a look at this. And some of the blood is then just deposited onto a plate that goes beneath a strange magical apparatus. Oh, yes, that's definitely different. Backwards, good. Okay, what would you like?
I need you to do ascending for me.
Oh, is that all? Yes, I will do ascending for your blood.
Now, if I were to say coin, how much would you say my blood would have been worth?
Oh, about ascending's worth.
Okay, then we're fine.
Girl is the best business dealer.
Yeah, he is. And Cass will go, okay, and she's going to write down. She's going to pull out a piece of paper and write down what she wants to send real quick. And
He looks over at you. He takes your paper, looks it over, and goes, "What's this about the deer?" Oh, hey,
no.
he no, he just rotates it. All right, this part.
And it's I'm sending it to Telde. Telde, have the Goliath auxiliaries.
Who's Talday?
He's the big metal guy.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Did Catilda actually ever meet Garumph?
I think everyone. No, we'll
No, not everybody met Garumph.
we'll send it to Carrick because he did meet Carrick.
He did meet Carrick, indeed.
We're going to send it to Carrick, the pretty boy half elf.
Oh yes, him. Indeed. Such good. You should bring him back.
Such good value.
I don't know if his wife will let him go anywhere right now.
Oh, she can come with.
Bring her with.
I don't think they're going to leave right now. But anyways, it's Carrick.
Carrick will be there later today, probably.
Have the Goliath auxiliaries from Hexenright pass through Beacon yet? If so, are they all out of town?
Okay.
That should only be about 20 words. Cassiopeia. Signed Cassiopeia.
Signed Cassiopeia.
Right, he looks over this note and goes, okay, a moment. Carrick.
There's a problem.
Yes?
What stops Carrick from getting?
I know.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, do you have that on?
Yes, I do.
Cassie's really in quite a spot today.
I'm making this hard.
No, they just naturally are difficult.
Yeah, I'm in Beacon. We have access to it, so I'm wearing the ring there. I've actually haven't had the ring off since the war had started.
It helps protect him from the crazy Morgani influence. It's part of his thing.
You see Garumph sort of word out the message, and he's just sort of standing there, tapping his foot and going, busy friend.
Best part is Griff has no idea, so Griff Sit there all day waiting for a response.
Tea?
Sure, why not?
Ah, and who's this? Who's this as well? Your
Also,
fa-
I like that. Did you write that down, or did
It's
you
written
say
down.
it out loud?
I wrote it down in scrawl on paper.
Yeah, your mom's probably just getting like agitated and going, I could just do it. We could just get. What did you need? Freaking Archangel biting us at the bit right now.
Do you want me to go check, sweetie?
Do you want
No.
me to check something for
No.
you?
Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Mhm.
If nothing else, we'll have some tea with Grump.
Why are
because
you so
Grump is-
curious about the Goliath auxiliaries? Scrim.
I just want to make sure they're gotten through because
think that
there's one I need to talk
Scrim.
to later on.
Is it Scrim?
No. No, there's a young one that was going to help me go track down some wood.
Good
Ah.
at lying.
There's that
that
sudden
chair.
look on her face. The young one, I see.
Yeah, you
Track
remember that
down
chair
some
I was
wood.
telling you about?
Yes. So Scrim.
Yeah, the one that. Yeah, well, that may or may not happen, but
Still, if there's a younger life you're interested in, then I will not pry.
Oh my.
Mm.
right, tea.
Yes.
Mom wants to know about your booty call.
Awkward conversation between
Coming through.
mother brother.
And,
Oh, and by the way, this is my brother Cirrus.
oh, nice to meet you, Cirrus.
I cried on you.
Is your blood interesting? No, not at all.
No, his really isn't.
Shame.
But on a flip side, you remember when I did have you doing scrying?
Mhm.
This is who I was having you scry on.
Oh! You look far healthier.
They did look awful.
This is Grump. When we were trying to track you down after the incident in Sidur, Grump was the one who was able to finally track you down.
Then my most sincere thanks to you, Grump. That's... I suppose I owe you my life. Well, lot of value in that, but it's already paid for. Oh, sound of health and... Is he sound of mind?
Yes.
And sound of mind! All's well that ends well. And he'll happily lead you through into his back room. Where the floorboards creak under the weight of two centaurs back here. But he sort of moves to the side some things. It's a Lady Gentle disapproves of your note-taking method. Grumpf lives by your note-taking method. It is chaos. But
It's understandable if you understand the chaos.
he'll do some tea and he sort of hands it over to you and goes, "Personal blend, very invigorating."
It's cocaine.
Cass will take a sip.
Not good for children.
Yeah, it tastes nice. It's quite minty.
Ooh, that's a lot of mint.
It's lovely. Hides the taste of the other things. Right.
Other things?
Herbs. Invigorating herbs.
Cass gives the eyebrow.
Methamphetamine.
Personal blend. Proprietary. I can sell you some.
Now that you're addicted.
And what is the main herb?
He doesn't look over at Sirius and
Like, I
goes,
can make
"She
it,
doesn't
like,
understand
I'll ever be-
proprietary. It's secret. If I could tell you what's in it, then you would make it, and my business would be gone."
I would have no reason to make it. And anyways, I live nowhere near here.
Well, you better buy in bulk then.
No. But if you tell me, I'll happily get you a membership at my library.
It's nowhere near here.
That does me no
Exactly.
good.
So we'd be on even footing.
She does not understand trade. Enjoy your free sample at the very least.
All right,
It
Grump.
was
how
included
have you
in the
been?
cost of the sentence.
Oh, quite good, quite good. Business booming, of course. A little bit of that, little bit of this as it goes.
Any interesting rumors through town?
Oh, always interesting rumors. And supposedly there's to be an army of automata marching on us at any moment.
From where?
Oh, all over the country. Spread out.
Yeah, they're citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I live with a lot of them.
Ah, you better watch out then. That's if you believe the rumors. I don't.
I would not believe the rumors. Most of them are peace-loving people.
There are also rumors of the end times.
Those are true.
Those are kind of there, but also being averted.
It's always the end times.
I could agree with that.
I mean, isn't all time just going towards the end time?
Cassie,
Yes.
your mother brother is looking directly down at the floor.
Something going on, Cirrus?
Oh, no, just appreciating the floorboards.
It's Angel Wee.
Okay. Well, I will have to consider getting some of this tea, but not at the moment. We have a couple other things we have to do. But I thank
Angel
you for
catnip.
that. I don't think we're going to get any response from Carrick on that sending.
Ah,
I've been hung up on once today. I wouldn't be surprised if they hung up on me like a second time today.
well, if he sends me a message back, I'll tell you if you return.
All right. Well, I thank you for that, Grump. Lovely tea. And I hope you have a great day.
You have a good day as well. If you want to sell more blood, you just come back.
Okie dokie.
He will
Cass is going,
see you
Cass is
out.
going to wave. Cass is going to wave back and walk out.
Yeah, Sirius heads out with you. The door closes, and he just sort of motions like a bit down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And as you walk down, they look up at you and just go, he has a lot of warding over his basement. And even then, there are bad energies leaking out of that.
How bad of energies?
It's a whole mix. I detected some Fey, some Infernal, all manner of different things. Elemental.
It's all the freaking blood he keeps taking.
Samples.
Could it potentially be the blood that he's been taking and holding?
That would be a lot of blood.
Do you think he's doing anything nefarious?
If there's infernal energy, I cannot think of many other things.
Well, we'll let someone in.
Also, that tea has addictive properties, and they just reach out and touch you, and there's a faint glow.
Oh, really? So what was in it?
There's some substance that is certainly invigorating, but the body will want more of it.
Cocaine.
Heroin.
Methamphetamine.
Right. Okay.
I don't think
All the above.
that's the intent. He was not lying. Well,
It's Grump.
peculiar fellow.
Yes, very. All right. Well, I guess we might as well head back because we have to talk. If there is something infernal down there, we'll want to let Gifton know, and she can let
I'm gone
others
for
know.
2 solid days.
Shall I take us back?
Do you really want to go back that route? Or no, I should say, do I really want to go back that route?
They quirk their eyebrow. It's like, you're suggesting that my flight is not smooth.
I've been on multiple rides. No one's flight has been smooth, but let's see if you can do different.
Your mother reaches out, grabs hold of your arm, and
To the library.
this is the same feeling as you always get. Landing just outside the library's doors. The Goliaths who are currently browsing the library, looking in shock. No.
open the door.
Scrim,
Scrim's there,
holding a book.
Nope. We have Klingons.
The
Nope.
Scrim is currently trying to sound out see Spot run. You arrive at the library, and there do not appear to be any Goliaths in your vicinity, Cassie.
Yeah.
Right.
Cassie untenses slightly.
All right. Well, so many things to do. So Cirrus, there is a fawn in the house.
What, a fae? What?
A deer,
Oh, that kind.
baby deer.
No.
I'm taking care of it as part of a deal with Dadriel.
There's a sudden look of doubt. You're taking care of the deer.
I'm taking care of a deer.
Just that you've never taken care of a...
I've never taken care of a deer.
I was going to say most things, but... You sure you're...
Absolutely not. That's why I was in Winden.
There's that look of somebody that thinks that their sister's going to accidentally kill a deer and be sad about it.
If
They look like they need to go in your house and check on the baby deer and make sure it's okay.
I'm grabbing them both by the shoulders. If push comes to shove, and we absolutely realize we cannot take care of the deer, I will grab that baby deer. I will march myself into the Fae, and I will ask Oberon if they will take care of it, and I will make a deal.
But their eyes close, and that stern stare of Michael meets your gaze and just goes, "You have a favoured villain in your town. Why are they not taking care of it?"
Because this is a deal I made.
Wait, we have a favorite villain?
This is where your mother goes, "What was your deal?"
Yeah, there is that stare continues. That silent asking of elaborate.
It's part of tracking down Dad.
The gaze softens a little bit. Who did you make this deal with?
Dadriel.
Fuck's Dadriel. This
I-
guy keeps making you make thrones
Don't.
for Scrim.
It's not, and it's no longer a throne. It's a chair. I somehow got confused. I thought it was a throne. No, it's a chair.
Fine, build him his chair and I'll break it over his head at some point.
He might like that.
I just go see this deer.
Fine, we'll go see the deer. But I do need to stop by the library.
She looks over at the library and
Yep.
goes,
Yep, and
Take
Cass is
care
gonna
of your
walk
business.
Go straight into the deer. Straight into the library.
"Enter the deer."
All I like to think
Are
is just
you okay?
Kool-Aid man's
Well,
right
what are you
through
doing in the library,
deer.
Cass?
I'm talking to my head librarian
Mhm.
and going, okay, so I have it on good authority that we may want to open up the library for longer periods during the day, probably even 24 hours. So I will honestly say hire several Warforged to operate the library at night.
You want me to see about hiring, ma'am?
If you want, or I can.
I can take care of these duties.
We also need to track down out of the Warforge possibly scribes. Because I may have a deal with the Winden Library to transfer books up
The
here.
librarian's actually making notes down as you're talking, and he actually goes, "I have it on good authority that a few of the Warforged in town have memories of being monks, and you can often find good scribes amongst those, so I will ask around."
Yep. Ask around. If you find some good leads, let me know. I'd like to talk to them as well, just to get a feel for who's going to be in here.
Certainly, ma'am.
And please forgive the scorch marks in the center.
All libraries end up with their Mars.
Yeah, that was a rather invigorous evening. I apologize. I don't like leaving messes for you.
It's no concern, ma'am.
Though there was a young, I would think, younger Warforge, as it were, here that was concerned, I think. Did I ever meet that war? No, I didn't meet that warforged. So
That was Tilde.
Yeah.
That was Tilde. That was entirely Tilde. So scratch that. But yeah, if you get any leads, let me know. But
Also, I don't think there's a thing as a younger warforged. They all mostly activated at the same time.
Certainly, ma'am.
personality-wise,
I'll ask around after closing, and I'll take my lunch tomorrow to do so as well.
well, if you need to lock up the library for a little bit while you're doing it, please do. But don't use your lunch to do work things, please.
There's a smile of somebody that already does so and is not saying so.
If you're doing that, hire someone else.
I will turn to take that under advisement, ma'am.
Please do. I don't want you falling over due to starvation or falling over due to hunger.
I can eat and work, ma'am.
Yeah, but you can't enjoy it. But thank you. I do appreciate all the work you do.
Of course.
Now, I gotta go make sure my brother doesn't cause any trouble at home. But you have a good day, and we'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Good day, ma'am.
Oh, actually, have you heard of a thing called a printing press?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ta-ta.
That's a perplexed look of somebody that was just asked a really random question, gets no context of it.
Have you ever heard of this thing? No. Bye.
Okay.
Pretty much. Have you heard of this? No? Okay, then you don't have any information.
You're
so.
able to head home with Sirius.
All right.
And start putting into practice taking care of this deer. Okay. Corvus.
Yes.
Hadwin's fixed. Complete. Active. There,
Head tilt.
there's
So much more colorful too.
after some pressing, yeah, nothing's been done to Hadwin. Echo was just having a bit of fun with you. His face is a little bit different, but that's just a matter of, it's been re-sewn on. Yeah. But she just goes and you could cover more of him. I mean, properly. Like, I know he's got his clothing and such on top, but like, what if you sheathed everything?
They just cover everything in a.
A layer of something?
I mean, all that's visible is his head.
Yes, but what if something, I remove that piece of clothing there?
Well, that's kind of the principle.
Oh, you want him to be gruesome?
Yes.
Oh, what if we make him more gruesome then?
I mean, it was the idea that, well, again, going back in my previous mindsets, but the concept of him was to be a harbinger to the gentleman.
Harbinger to the gentleman.
Yeah.
Harbinger of what?
Their end.
Oh. Okay, but now, I mean, isn't that kind of come and past?
Sort of. Yes.
What is he now?
And I'm not sure.
He cuts the butter.
He's useful as a distractionary. He can disrupt combat if we find ourselves in those situations again. He guards the place here.
Oh, he takes care of the place while the master is away.
More or less. He just makes sure no one enters where they're not supposed to enter this room.
So he's a harbinger of convenience.
Well, at the time, he had a different purpose. A mascot for what I was going to create.
A mascot?
Yeah.
Isn't he adorable?
Why don't you stand side by side?
Chorus will wipe off his jacket and stand up. He will reach behind, unclip his mask off his belt, and put it on.
She scratches her head briefly and just goes, "You know, it's a side difference. You kind of look like the mascot."
Yeah, that was another idea, was that Hadwin would pose as the primary target, leaving me available to do things behind everyone's back.
Oh, you could give him a little badge that says Corvus Adelas on it.
I think this world has had one too many Corvus Adelas.
Oh, that's true. Sorry.
But as I said, these were my original ideas before Corvus superseded those ideas and did them. Possibly did them better. I don't know. He's dead now.
Did
So.
Corvus have his own Hadwins? Who knows?
I guess you could say, if he did it better, then he should be alive, right?
That's true.
So, I think this is the best.
Yeah.
Can you show me how to make one?
Yeah.
You think I could?
Follow the steps in the book. I mean, I have no magical inclination. This thing just moves on its accord and follows my orders. Now that may be something that my father designed to have done, and maybe my experimentations upon myself and the metal that's in my arm now, and everything that's happened to me over the 2, 3. But we can definitely try.
And I guess if it doesn't work for me, you can have it as a spare.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we do?
He takes off his mask, goes over to the cabinet display case. Not really display case, but just a unit where the Corvus helmet is and the Aldo book is. And he pulls the book.
You want to teach her how to make a Hadwin?
Yep.
Okay. Right. This will be a bit of a lengthy project, but eager for knowledge as always.
We do. We may want to check over by the Failure Library again. I know that there was interest in that, and we may be coming up on the due date for our returns.
Can't we keep them?
We made an arrangement and a deal. We could potentially ask for copies or purchase copies, because I think these were copies.
Or you can get someone to make you copies.
Or we can, make copies.
I think I'd like to own books.
Well, there's a library upstairs.
Yeah, but those are yours.
Well, you can have a section of it.
I can?
Yes.
I'm taking all the good books.
Do I get to pick?
Of course. They're your books.
She smiles brightly.
They're going two different directions with it, and I love that. She's like, I get the shelf and the books that are on it.
These are my books now.
Knowledge is not meant to be kept away. That was our adventures in Winden may have compounded on activities like this, but I was quite annoyed that some knowledge was kept hidden.
Are you going to share this knowledge? And she actually motions to Aldo's book.
Yeah.
It's easy to say it's bad to keep information away and then stare at that book, huh?
Yeah.
Huh.
You've successfully got me in the corner. I've been told numerous times that my views of things are very hypocritical.
I think that life leads to hypocrisy. That's okay. I mean, I want to be alive and I want to wake my brother up really soon, so...
Yeah, a soon pot. No, yeah,
We can be hypocrites together.
yes.
I will have my
Yes.
own books.
You can have your own books.
Okay. You're able to spend time building essentially another strange construct along with her.
What's her style?
Her style is a lot sleeker. She is trying to make something air quote pretty, but in a very gothic way.
Mm-hmm.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah. If Hadwin were a Bioshock, Big Daddy, this would be a Big Sister. Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay. Tode,
Hi.
what would you like to do with your time, Tode?
All right. Well, let me see. I talked to the Warforged the last time.
Mhm.
I've already dug up. All right. At this point, Firmir's defenses are mostly shored up. I'm gonna make sure to check on the airship crew.
Yeah, the airship crew are fine. They are actually assisting in, well, at first it's a little bit of relocation. There's a bit of hunting of your scattered forces. They are actively taking part in this cleanup operation.
Okay.
But you are able to catch them in, they're doing short trips up and coming and returning. I can't remember. Has Scarlet been told that this has essentially been handed over yet?
I think that was something that their boss is supposed to tell them at some point.
Don't think it's happened yet, right, Gifton? Oh, Gifton's dead.
Gift.
I think we might have caught a moment where she might have dashed away for a second. Yeah, I don't think they were told. Though.
Okay, well, not too important. But yes, you can catch Scarlet and Cole, and yeah, they're doing fine. They seem a lot happier to be out of here now that the gigantic battle has passed. Like that sort of aspect of looming danger, mostly abated.
No longer a war zone.
As long as you ignore the whole god of the country thing.
Yeah.
But yes, you catch them. They give you a sort of all okay. Scarlet, we'll actually go to you. So, when are we returning to duties with you all?
I am not entirely sure of the exact plan. I will have to get Gifton to confirm it for you.
Yes, not heard from the general in a couple of days.
Going to cock my head to the side for a second. Go. One moment. And I am going to cast a sending spell to Gifton, who I assume
is on a different plane.
Going to be in the middle of doing something. So, if she's on a different plane, then I won't even bother with what the message is. And if she's busy, well, we can figure that out later.
At this point in time, think different plane. Okay.
I am sorry, she cannot be reached at the moment. I will have to get back to you.
Well, are we still on danger pay?
I believe There is less danger, but I'm sure something can be worked out.
Of course.
Moderately danger pay.
Mild risk pay, perhaps.
Yes. You don't have Carrick's cooking to enjoy. I understand that can be quite anguish.
Yes, it is not as quite a heartening a time here with us cooking, but well, we can make do.
As long as they're keeping what's his name away from cooking.
How about yourself? Things be treating you well?
They are well enough. I was able to recover the remains of my brother.
What are you going to, you holding a ceremony or?
He shall be reforged into a weapon. It is what he would want. And that is what he told me he wants.
I suppose if it comes to the mouth of the man himself, you can't really say no. A little, gruesome.
Would you not wish to serve a function that would assist others in death?
Oh, gods no. Bury me with all of my valuables and let me have my heavenly rest.
I will keep a note of that.
Yeah, once I'm done, I'm done.
Tilde. I will keep a note of this. I am definitely going to outlive you.
What about yourself?
If I am dead, what should I care about what happens to me? If I could be useful, might as well.
So, you'd like to be a weapon?
I am sure there are other possible uses, but if that is determined to be the best, why not?
Is that a common belief in your people? I mean, I know you're made of metal, but
No, there are others who disagree. Some are younger. They are not as attached to this form. Some simply have other beliefs. I have been thinking about this for some time.
I suppose it's kind of similar to some of the alien beliefs of plant me beneath a tree, let me nourish it, right?
Yes, I suppose. It is not dissimilar.
Turn me into a hammer and let me build something. She just shrugs.
Exactly.
Turn
Perhaps
my hammer so I can smash face.
Arms could assist as prosthetics. As I said, use. It does not matter what.
That's really, really creepy sounding, I'll be honest.
She nods slowly. I get it. Not for me, but I get it.
If I die, I shall not donate my arm in case you need it. Duly noted.
I'm sure someone else will take you up on the offer.
One other crew member. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. I don't even need it. Give me another arm.
Back in.
We all know who on the crew would say yes
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
That's not even a question.
Well, come on, it'd come in handy while working a wheel. You'd have an
Some
extra
rotten
arm so you
teeth
could
grin at
scratch
you.
your
I want your
nose.
mouth.
It would literally be less. You wouldn't get even out. Do you want? And it would just be. What is it? Don't care. An ass whooping? Give it.
Well, are you going to come out with us on our next expedition?
I believe I am going to Innis Aflac next. I am unsure exactly how we will be traveling. Time may be of the essence. I am unsure.
She just sort of like rests her chin on her hand and goes, "It really doesn't feel like you have much use for us."
I do apologize. It seems that you were hired under false pretenses.
It's no skin off my back. We're getting paid. We've gotten paid quite handsomely, I might add.
They're continuing to get paid quite handsomely by deducting the money out of my freaking funds.
And just,
Yes.
from someone I hope you would say is more than just a colleague. Friend might be a bit far, but you know what I mean, she says with a smile. Yeah, do you...
Was it from all those times? No.
Do you really have...
Finish that.
Do you really, need to continue employing us? I mean, I had a handsome job beforehand, so it's no biggie for me, but...
Do you wish to go back to your previous life?
At this point, I'd likely retire on this money, but, I don't know. It's been kind of nice being able to captain an airship again.
They say retirement is when it gets you.
What?
Resting. Putting up your feet.
I gotta say, if death is waiting for me to rest, then I can live with that. I don't think I'm quite ready for it yet.
Well, perhaps there may be things you could do that may be helpful, and I'm sure worthy of comparable pay.
Well, can you let us know what's going on? Well, get the general to actually come and say hello to us.
I'm gonna need you to fly this airship into the gods and punch them in the face.
I only run by the airship to drop off a big bag of coins at her and then run off again. And just, yep, I'm assuming everything's fine.
Sammy, so you're aware, Telde tried to send you ascending, but you're on a different plane right now.
Yeah, I actually took a potty trip because I realized that there's no way anybody can do shit to me because I'm locked in a bubble for 2 days.
I did have a question for you, but I went with the assumption that the answer is no. I don't think that Scarlet and such have been informed yet that you guys are probably going to be releasing them.
I had come up to that idea, but I was just kind of like I hadn't officially come up with it because I wasn't sure what we were. I was waiting to see officially what our characters are doing. Because I'm pretty sure we're not taking the airship to the NS Aflac.
I'm pretty sure whatever your next steps are probably don't involve the airship.
And I'm honestly very certain we don't want to be in charge of maybe babysitting that ship home. I think that ship lives in Exon right now.
That was our general thought, was that that was the decision, but it hadn't been stated.
It's gonna break Gifton's heart because that was 60,000 gold pieces. But that's
you can sell it to somebody.
Yeah, there's so many people in Hexenreich with money right now.
There are actually a lot of people in Hexenreich with money.
I can point to one person with a lot of access to money.
Yeah. I was actually probably going to sell it either to, or sell it air quote to Faramir, or give it to Shaxan for his people.
Yeah, I will tell you, Faramir's problem was not money. It was like trade routes, supply stuff.
They'd probably love to have an airship.
Yeah.
Hey, part of that resurrection money that's outstanding could be the airship.
Yeah, wait, no, that's not fair.
I didn't say the whole.
That's still me paying the fucking resurrection there. That's not fair.
It'll be fine.
I'm tired of paying everybody's resurrection monies.
I haven't been resurrected yet.
I know.
I was only resurrected the one time when I died a long time ago.
You weren't really resurrected as much as
a year and a bit ago.
Telde,
Yes.
if you leave the airship, I don't know if you want to continue talking there, but
yeah, I will politely wrap up the conversation and
head back in
and leave.
Okay, wink. She gives you a very confused wink in return, and then you just hear her mumbling, "Why did I do that?" But you are able to head back into Faramir. As you do, you just walk in the streets back towards, wherever you want to head, back to the circle, the hangouts, whatever. You actually see walking along a few of your Warforged brethren, being led along by a very familiar Happy Skellington man. There is, it looks like it's a little tour of the city, very similar to the ones you received when you guys first arrived here.
Wilhelm just loves the fact that we just brought people into the city like mad for him.
New populace.
Greetings.
Wilhelm waves at you merrily and goes, "Oh, Tilde, it's a delight to see you again. I'm just showing your friends around their new home."
Oh. And the children that are in your pockets?
What? No, you can't get me there. There's the paws pointing at you if you can't get me there, and then a very surreptitious check.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
No children.
Wink.
What brings you back to our fair city? You looking to settle down?
Oh no, I could not possibly be tamed.
Oh, I suppose it's true. Wild stallion such as yourself.
Wild stallions.
No, I am wishing to offer my assistance. And also potentially gathering information.
Well, assistance is of course welcome. I suppose you could take over leading the tour group.
I could not deny them your presence.
It's true. You are quite charming. We appreciate your company. Oh, charmers, a lot of you. Oh, then, what information are you seeking?
Oh, that poor Warforged attempt at sarcasm is failed.
The monotone thing, the fact he's so far mostly dealt with all day.
Correct.
Fun fact, that Warforged does not speak in the same monotone tone as many Warforged do. Put it on. Yeah, he looks at you.
I seek information about Innis Aflac. I believe I may be visiting there soon.
Oh, I'm sure. I know we have some people that make it their specialty. I don't know who they are or where they live, but I am aware of their existence.
That is fair. I shall ask another.
Yes, I suppose if you really want to find them,
I would go bug Valda and your friend Shaxan. They would clearly.
he actually looks like he's pondering it for a moment before he goes, yes, I would check in with either Dufa or Annalisa, perhaps.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
Well, I suppose you could ask Otto. Flow of Coin research projects, he probably has it written down somewhere, but that's an ordeal in itself, yes. Annalisa or Dufa.
Ah. Have you had a chance to see the airship, by the way?
What, your one?
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course.
What do you think of it?
It's very airshipy. Sure, it's quite good at flying through the air. He sort of like puts his hands together as if like, I don't know enough about these things to have a real opinion of it.
I don't have an opinion.
I'm not an airship guy, okay?
It looks smaller than the other airships I've seen.
Wow.
I imagine
you're
that makes
just
it
gonna come out here and
fast.
talk.
Can't come out there and say something about its size. That's just not okay.
It's not about the size of your airship. It's about the motion of the engine.
Ooh.
Yes, it is quite helpful in that regard.
Marvelous.
Well, thank you for your time.
Oh,
I shall not disrupt this tour any further.
there's a look from Wonderful of please help us. And Wilhelm turns to the group and goes, right, on we go. I'm going to show you one of my favourite plazas. It has the most marvellous view of other plazas, I'll be frank, but...
and then I'll show you my second favorite
Yes.
plaza.
Which has a view of the first plaza. I like to go more far, you see.
And he is going to carry on his merry way, leading this trudging group of Warforged along.
One of them doing graspy hands at Telday as they slowly
One of them will
walk
actually
away.
pause by you and goes, "He talks incessantly.
You do not need to take this.
It is polite."
I'm afraid that you are screwed.
Remember us. And he will continue on his way.
You are screwed.
Oh, if I was more of a jerk, I would say, "Who is that?" But
I think that's the closest Telday's come to say fuck.
Telday
Let Telday say fuck.
pauses in the middle of the
holding
street.
it for an
Fuck!
appropriate time.
Good enough.
Okay. Do you wish to seek somebody out?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Well, I'm gonna go to the big chamber and see if people are hanging out there.
Okay. That's a good choice.
Hey, it's a place of where they might be.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most sensible place to look for
I've been
them.
able to wander
also-
in and out of there for a while, so
Mhm.
It's also
why
still
not?
got a door to my house there, so it's great.
If you go to the council chamber, yeah, there are in fact people there. You see, sort of gathered around the table talking are Sigmund, Otto, Luther, and Annalisa.
I'm going to politely stand if they're in the middle of a discussion and not attempt to interrupt.
As you enter, it sounds like the discussion they're having is over funds repairing. Basically, what should we handle it for taxes? Should we take it from the reserve? It's all that kind of very official, boring, but very important discussion. You enter and you're immediately
Otto, who has a knife.
you're immediately noticed. Luther will give you a sort of wave and just hold up his hand, like just give us a moment.
I will nod and just stand there.
Yeah. And they talk about things a little more before basically just tabling it for now. Otto was asked to bring up some finances to see how their reserves are doing. And
Thank you for giving me flashbacks to work.
Yeah. Once that's done, both Sigmund and Otto stand up. Sigmund just gives you a polite nod as the large draconic form starts to leave. Otto just seems to be like retreating to one of his chambers here. Annalisa,
Weird little coffin just wheels away.
Yep, there's little legs going carrying it away. Annalisa gives you a polite but cold nod, while Luther actually stands up and comes over to you. Telday, it's a pleasure to see you.
Yes, it is good to see you.
I'm sorry for
things returned somewhat to normal discussions.
To an unfortunate extent, yes. Back to bickering over where funds are going and what we're doing to progress.
Ah, that is an important discussion.
Important, but tiring, I will say. So, what brings you here, my friend?
I wish to offer any service I can in assisting, but I also am seeking information as well.
I will say that you and yours have done more than enough to assist us. And if you need information, I am more than happy to assist you in return. What is it you seek? If
I
it's
wish to
arcane
learn
matters, then Fowler might be better for you.
I fear she may be busy.
Still, not too busy to lend an ear. But if it's anything I can help with, I will gladly do so.
I can hear someone yelling in the background.
No!
There she is!
The mental wants people to stop dealing with their major right now. Back off!
No, I am seeking information about Innis Aflac. I believe that I may be journeying there next.
What sort of information? Geographical or wildlife? Or just in general?
All of the above. I will take as much information as I can.
I know that we have a few researchers that worked on it. I do have their names in our logs if you would like them.
I suppose things such as geographic and a level of political may be most important in order to navigate wherever we may need to go.
Well, come with me then. I'll go to my office and we'll see what we can find.
Of course.
He leads you along to his chambers where you enter and, oh my god, there are loads and loads of scrolls in here. They're stacked very neatly. There is cataloguing. You can actually see, basically, they tend to be labelled with populace that's come in. Like, this is from this date to this date. These are the people that joined the city, that sort of thing. And he starts to look through scrolls, and after about a good 20 minutes, he looks over something and goes, "Oh, I thought so." Yeah. He will roll a scroll out on his desk and goes, Manias came to us about, where is it? Yes, here, 180 years ago. Aflac is one of his passions, you could say. He made quite a few journeys there in his life and has left the city a couple of times since to check up on it. He should be a good aspect for its wildlife and general geography. Political, no, but he will likely know other people in the city who have some knowledge in that matter.
It is an excellent place to start.
He's quoted, and he will actually just pull out another piece of vellum and basically copy some important details about residents and so on here for holding it out to you.
Thank you.
More than welcome.
Is there any difficulty with our airship remaining where it is at this time?
No, it's actually been quite helpful. Scarlet has assisted in taking out some supply to near is the incorrect word, but some of the hex workers are setting up in one of the dilapidated villages nearby.
You have been finding it useful. That is good.
I think we will actually have to start looking into such machines ourselves if we are. Frankly, I think this is a new era for us, opening our political contact borders.
I am sure that will give Wilhelm much to discuss.
He does seem quite excited by the prospect, and I admit it is nice to see us less enclosed. And Elise is not happy with the fact. Linda's, of course, hesitant, concerned. Hard to gauge Sigmund's reaction.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I suppose you can try talking to Annalisa if you want. Show her that you're not so bad. She'll probably be more happy to listen to you than the rest of your group.
Yes, she does not seem to like us.
Is quite anti-mortal, unfortunately.
Well, we are all mortal to some extent.
It's quite true.
Others just survive longer.
Yes. Finality will reach us all in the end.
Thinking in the back of my head, when that guy wakes up and we all die.
Still, do not burden yourself if you have other duties. And of course handle our own.
It is no bother. You have offered us
adult
assistance. And I have yet to speak with her for longer than a brief moment. It will be interesting.
He nods briefly because she is a kind person when she... This coldness is not like her. She's afraid.
I cannot blame her. It is a reasonable situation.
Have you encountered much hostility towards you as you are out there?
It has been surprisingly little, but some of it stems from a misunderstanding as to my nature.
Let me guess. Assuming that you are an armored figure.
Correct. There are times when it is easier not to correct them.
You're not understanding.
The origins of my people, however, were tougher.
Yes. I have talked to a few of your people. It is a tragic birth of a race, but I think the world will be better for your presence.
As it is for all of yours.
It is nice to see so many new faces.
You know, like that one and the one that looked really similar because
there's that pause of like, but I kind of hope they start to distinguish themselves more.
This one is red.
Might I ask you a personal question?
Of course.
You're quite different to the rest of them.
I'm older.
In general physicality, construction. There was a previous line?
Yes, we were purpose-built for various reasons and tested for such.
You were prototypes, if that's not rude to say.
No, it is accurate.
I mean, he did see Hev Day at one point. He'd have an inkling.
Yeah. It's a delicate way of going, why the fuck was your brother a war machine?
So you might have seen Temday. I don't remember if he was one of the ones that met her too.
No, he did not.
I'm also might have seen Temday without realizing, given that Temday is doing a lot of.
He has received reports on Temday, I will say that. He goes and I assume this is why Hefday was also as he was.
Yes, we were all built in different manners so that they could assess our use.
I'm guessing you numbered 7.
That was the initial number, yes.
Very creative naming scheme.
It was more a nickname. A way to more easily differentiate. And, well...
I realize there really is a Mirror Day running around somewhere, and that's just upsetting me.
Well, I think we knew a couple of them were destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell him your other name, the one where it was all just swearing and hexing, right?
I did receive reports that you had brought another into the city who was not of the usual construction.
Yes, that was Tamday.
Oh, please let them know that they are more than welcome here.
I will inform them.
If any of your other siblings need refuge, it can be arranged.
I will certainly pass it on. I hope my other brother does not cause too much difficulty in the area surrounding your city.
Yes, so his spirit lives on?
Yes. I have been informed that he chose not to accept Orland's offer of a heaven.
I, of course, am of mixed feelings on this matter. I did not choose undeath in myself, and my inclinations do lead towards people accepting rest, but I cannot live here for as long as I have without understanding why people choose otherwise. I think he will be happy in his state.
I do not think he is ready to rest yet. I am not sure whether he will ever be, but it is certainly not yet.
I doubt he needs it, but we will keep an eye out and keep care for him if we are able. Even if that means, well, perhaps making sure he does not run into trouble of his own violation.
I thoroughly expect that is his intention. I hope it does not trouble you, however. I will see if there is a way to dissuade that.
Believe it or not, we are quite capable of handling the undead. Might be a shock to you.
Of course. I am used to apologizing for my brother.
We are going to be holding a ceremony for our own fallen. Would you like his name included in the listing? It's a tradition for us to read the names of the dead and their deeds.
Yes, that would be quite an honor.
Of course, to know his deeds in battle here. Are there any in particular you would like included?
I will get a list
HRS
and
He nods.
information for you.
Most of my other deeds are just battle
In that case, we'd be honoured to have him on our roll.
Make sure you include the fact he literally kicked our ass and caused us to surrender. We did actually surrender to Hev Day.
Thank you for all you have done.
Hev Day died the biggest badass we will ever know.
Thank you for your assistance, your brother's sacrifice, all you've done for us. And I don't mean just with the war. You have opened some minds, broadened our horizons here.
I will make sure to visit again in the future. Although I suppose this is not goodbye quite yet.
No.
And he's never seen again.
And Elisa rips your head off.
Then I suppose I will just say I will see you around, my friend.
Nod, slight bow, and politely leave.
He bows back and lets you go. Alright, are you heading to this Inn Scholar, or are you heading to Annalisa? What are you doing?
I'm going to head to Annalisa because I think that's closer.
Mm-hmm. Yep, she is actually still in the council chambers, and she is actually going over some blueprints. Look like areas of the wall that were damaged, that sort of thing. She sort of, it's not like she's putting on a thing of I am making it a show that I'm ignoring you as you come in, but like she just doesn't acknowledge you.
Is there any assistance I may be able to offer?
She glances up at you, doesn't really raise her head, but eyes turn towards you. And she just goes, "You well versed in construction?"
Somewhat. I do know others who are more, and I can get them here if that would help.
She looks slightly taken aback, as if she was expecting a no and she could just dismiss you. No, we have it underhand. There's something I can help you with. And she sort of folds over her plans, sitting up a bit straighter.
Have you ever been to Innis Aflac?
No, I have not.
Have you heard anything about it?
Of course. Savage land, wild overgrowths, trees as far as the eye can see, which is not far because of the trees. Sounds like a distasteful place to me.
You are not a fan of the forest.
She looks like she's glowering a bit, and she just goes, "No, I am not."
I am sorry if I have offended you.
It's not your fault. No, the safety of stone, solid structures, far more preferable. Keep the weather off of you. Keep many things away.
Yes, I suppose that it can provide a fairly assuring amount of safety. But it is not enough.
No, clearly not.
I would like to thank you.
For what?
You have done so much to help others. Others that you have no obligation or any reason to assist.
This is my home. Of course I'm going to help those that dwell here.
Yet, there were others at your walls that you assisted. There were others who came asking for your help. You had no reason to help them.
I did. We voted on it. I am just one of a council. It is not my decision alone.
But you still did so. You could have sat back and done nothing once the vote was done and let them be damned by their own decision.
That would be a betrayal of my family.
And I still appreciate it. And I thank you.
Well, it is done now. And now we have to reap the consequences, so...
Have you met my family?
Do you speak of the ones joining us, or the ones you keep most common company with?
I suppose they both are family to an extent.
If we are talking of your kin, I have met some of them. They are very pleasant. I look forward to welcoming them into our homes and seeing them settled here in safety. I think it will be good for them.
And you would like to see less of the others.
She actually just sort of leans back in the chair, crossing her arms in that manner of somebody going, I'm going to state my opinion and I dare you to challenge me on it. Yes.
You do not trust them.
I don't.
Do you fear that they wish to expand? They wish to attack?
I know that they are capable of such cruelty and foulness to what they don't understand, and those outside understand us very little.
And who is not?
Us within here, we understand each other perfectly, and that is all that we need.
That will certainly get you somewhere.
Will get me safe and secure. Now that is ruined.
No. You have the opportunity to build stronger.
Build stronger. What is the point of building walls and defences when we're just letting their kind walk on in? They're talking about opening up further communications, letting ambassadors come in here, visitors. Wilhelm is suggesting that we open up commerce and trade.
Yes. Do you think that you are assisted by hiding away, shutting them out, making them fear you? believing that you are monsters they have never seen, nor can speak with, looming in a hill.
There is a reason all of us live here, in this one place.
There was a reason why you had to live here, why you rejected other places as they had rejected you. That does not have to be so.
She's actually going to stand up and walk over to you and go, you know what people see when they see your kind amongst them?
Yes,
What's that?
they see monsters. They see hollow beings. Some of them believe we have no souls.
And yet you seem to be tolerated, and that's because you look like a shining knight.
Oh, no. I am tolerated because I am useful.
Did they try to burn you?
Burn? No. I am made of metal. Does not seem smart. Although evidently I was killed. At least twice by this point. Stabbed, as far as I was told.
Spiritually.
Oh. I think you're just helping my point.
It was an angel.
It's another thing to fear, and that we've let walk amongst us.
They outdate us. They, some may argue, let us walk among them. But now, look at who Gifton associates with. Angels, gods.
And
Corvus.
I'm on my own entity.
She's going to sit back down, and she just I am not trying to suggest that there are not good souls amongst them. That would be ludicrous.
I'm suggesting that you will be strengthened with greater bonds and peace. That if you have allies who you trust and trust you, then it will be harder to attack and damage you. She'll build up reputation and bonds. That is the way forward.
Apparently so.
And I will endeavor to assist as I can.
I'm quite sure you will. But you should know that this progress has robbed away the safety of home for many of us here.
Then how can I assist?
I don't think you're capable of it.
I've yet to find something that has stopped me.
And persuade them that mortals do not belong here.
You will live forever.
Something close to it.
So no. Have you met a long-lived elf?
Yes.
They are not immortal, correct?
No.
Yes. Have you met a dragon? An ancient?
Of course.
Mm-hmm. They are not immortal.
No.
But they live for thousands and thousands of years.
Are we talking semantics here? Would you prefer I use the term undead and still living.
No, I'm saying that there's a fallacy in the belief. You are all creatures who exist. That is all. Gods are hardly more than that.
All I know is one kind have tried to torture me and another have not.
Kind
Well,
stab all my friends in their bed. The other kind does not lately.
I can say that I am sorry it happened. I will offer to do whatever I can to prevent anything like that from happening to you or your kind again. But locking humans out, locking elves out, locking mortals, as you wish to call them, will not assist with that goal. You nearly had an attack on your gates.
By what kind?
By a god. The mortals were mere vessels for God's manipulation.
That's another reason to fear them then.
And yet an undead form was also manipulated. They also wished to join. You were not immune.
You want me to say, Tilde?
I don't wish you to say anything in particular. I seek to get you to understand. I will help. My friends will help. You need only ask it.
And if I don't ask, you'll leave me be?
If that is what you need.
Then I find these terms quite acceptable.
Well, perhaps we will see each other again.
I'm quite certain we will. I don't have any misbegotten feelings towards you, Tilde. I fear for you. Know that if you find that they are not as kind as you expect, that you do have a home here.
Thank you. Truly.
Don't mind, I have some schematics to return to.
Oh, have you found another use for the rooms that were being used by us?
Not yet. I have not been asked to reassign them.
Are they in a good state now?
They're in a fine state.
No problems from the attack?
None that I've been made aware of.
That is good. I hoped that we had not damaged anything of importance. Nod.
She just gives you a curt nod in return.
And I will start on my way.
Okay.
One away.
Right, you leave Annalisa be in her misbegotten ways.
Ah, I meant to ask Annalisa A.
Oh.
Okay. Shaxton.
Call me writing kit.
Someone bothers you right in the middle of
Far from the course by now.
Right. Shaxton, could you go ahead and just give me an intelligence check, please? Arcana, I should actually say.
Arcana? Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Shit.
So you are in discussions with your founder and the
mental.
yeah, the mental. And it's basically at the point where you've got a lot of formula down, you've got a lot of things that you think will work, but it is now about proof of concept. And it basically breaches into the subject of, okay, we need to prove that we can contain safely these forms. We know that Powder sort of waves the hands a bit. We know that our souls can easily be contained because, well, what we are. However, these are more than that. Well, I'm sure you don't want to be used as a test subject, Tasha, in case something goes wrong. And Tasha just shakes her head and goes, too risky at this stage. So we need to conceive of holding something of substantial power.
Need a test animal.
We need to think of what would be a suitable test subject for this. I doubt we'll find anything that comes up to the level of containing a god, but containing one of you, I think, will be far more than the usual phylacteries, even for a draconic soul.
Well, the original schematics we did have before were using the other metals in order to create a phylactery to hold a first dragon soul. At least puts us on the right track. I'll admit I'm somewhat hesitant to continue using that metal after
yes,
what we saw before, but means must. Does it?
I mean, the mathematics are sound. We should be able to hold such an amount of power. I think we can do it even without using such metal, but how do we show that? How do we prove it? How do we make... If we try to contain her and it does not work...
I don't think we're going to get multiple chances in order to try and contain her. So whatever chance we take is going to have to be the one.
And what do we use?
It's a huge power source, right?
Shaxton. With your 40, all of the notes you've been reading over, do you know that a suitably powerful Fae is far more than most things in its own realm? You also know of beings that are frankly quite substantially more than most things. Archangels are powerful. Echo is likely a candidate. She's quite beyond anything. There's also the possibility of this isn't something that's particularly done, but you don't see any reason you could not try to take power and make a constructed soul.
Jax is going to look down at his scrawling as he's done and going to go, I can think of a few things, but there's at least one of them I am very hesitant on.
Oh, and if you want something of an extra planar nature, kind of like the first dragons are, ass off.
He does actually, that's one of the ones that he's probably more likely to lean towards for some reason of he doesn't have as much leaning with them as, say, Corvus does and is unaware of the inroads Corvus has been making. So Jack's actually going to go, so a few things I can think of is the Fae are a possibility within their own realm, but I would highly suggest against that, given the few Fae we know who would be easy to access for that are in various states of stability and also very near and dear to Gifton. Not sure most of the realm would survive if we did something wrong.
And I'd rather have a volunteer or a non-sentient creature if possible, Valda says. Telsha sort of looks... We might not have that luxury. We could go to other Fey realms, other continents. Go for one that isn't familiar to Gifton.
Unfortunately, with the nature of how quickly she becomes familiar with people, which I'm sure the both of you can attest to from talking to her before, I don't know if that'd be an option. But beyond that, there is the being we are calling Echo, who is substantially more.
The one that's hung
Very-
around in the chambers a couple of times.
Yes. Out of character, was Shax there one of the times it was mentioned that her form isn't going to hold long.
I believe
Yeah, you were.
so.
Yeah, you were there.
Okay. Shax will actually lingo. There is also note that the body she's currently in is not going to hold long term for what she is. So
There's a possibility of making an offer then there. She helps us with the test, and we
Yes.
help construct a proper form. I mean,
something that can hold better.
we've done it.
So that, I think, is one of our better options on the table. Beyond that, there is the being called an Azoth that we could use.
I
know-
Archangels.
I know Corvus has had some dealings with them in the past from it attacking him over his eyes, so I don't know how much love he has for that being. And then there is Archangels, which is a very different kettle of fish, I believe.
I think even an Archangel might not be enough of a test. A few together, perhaps, but
I don't think getting a few Archangels together and then telling them we're going to trap their souls temporarily would go over well with anybody.
we know we can at least allow control access. I mean, we've done it with her body, but have a multitude and a god in, frankly, a forced confinement. Whatever it is, we also needed to try and break out, willingly or not.
I would personally lean towards either Echo or the Azoth myself.
Then perhaps we
willing participants.
approach Echo and ask her, and if she declines, we consider this as off possibility.
And as much as I hate to say it, and I will not say it in her presence, we can put the Arc Fae, the other Arc Fae, as a possibility on back.
Telsha nods and goes, we could try and do it with discretion. I don't want to make enemies of your group, so if confrontation happens, I think we will abandon that concept, but if we can get it by...
As I said, we'll keep that one on the quiet side of things for now.
Felder actually looks distinctly uncomfortable. She's going to put her hands and go and just say, a last resort, if we please.
That is what I think, yes. It is the nothing else is going to work option.
Right. In that case, we have our possibilities. If you run over the numbers again, Telsha, and Jackson, you approach Echo.
I can do that.
She nods and goes, in that case, I suggest you go talk to her and perhaps get some rest. Shall I see you out?
I should be able to get out just fine. And he's actually going to go pick up the comm bead he'd left sitting on the table, put it back into his ear, and then give them both a very polite bow.
Please, I could do with some fresh air anyway. And
very well then.
Do you away from the mental? Let her have her out.
It's Shax.
She's trying to give you a very deliberate stare right now.
Yeah, you will then go. Then you're welcome to join.
It'll be a better moment, Telsha. And Telsha just gives a dismissive wave. Don't be too long. And she's going to sort of start making her way out with you. And once basically out of the corridor leading to the labs, she's going to look at you and goes, I don't like this idea of using Fae at all.
I do not either, if we are being frank, but...
If we're talking about last resorts, she's actually going to glance back down the corridor.
That is another option. We attempt to trap her, but... I think either way that one comes out, that is the end of an allyship. And at that point, we should design whatever we are making with failsafes of they are not able to get out or control.
You know how Fae react to those that can capture in servitude. They don't treat mortals that harness even lesser Fae particularly kindly. Frankly, I'm shocked that your not your country, of course, you're from here, but the Brassians was not raised in regards to what they did to the Warforged.
I think that is from a lot of smoothing over on Gifted Sprout. I'll admit I was not present for most of it.
I say that I am hesitant to do anything to any kind of Fae, both for practical and moral reasons. Morris has been a dear friend, I will say, and frankly, it makes me disgusted that some of the beliefs and practices of my youth.
Yes, it is the fact that I treated the power sources we've used all over the continent so brazenly in the past is part of the reason I actually want to try and fix this peacefully. And get those things offline and let the other realms start to recover.
As of our supposedly sentient creatures.
Yes.
I'll check her first, and then, yes, see if we can bargain with one. I don't... I will do what is needed, if it comes to it, but... I understand.
I agree. They're not ends that I want to go to, but they're ends that I can acknowledge must be if I have to. And Shax does say that with a very tired expression.
I don't want to lie to Gifton, but I will leave it to your judgment whether she's made aware of these backups or not.
Until it comes to a point where it's looking more readily that we have to, I am not intending on telling her anything about that part of the plan.
It's off the table until it's on the table.
Exactly.
Very well. Right then, you go get some well-deserved rest after you've made your contacts.
I do not like hiding it from her, but she is prone to acting very spontaneously.
As the truly good people typically are.
So that is why I do not consider myself a good person. He says it with a wry smile and then gives another play bow.
She just inclines her head. Rest well, Shaxon.
When she finally lets you have a bit of time to yourself, you rest well as well. What amounts to it.
Yes. Just a moment to sit and think of something other than this blasted reset would be quite nice.
I agree.
And she'll just nod again before turning and heading back down.
It's amazing how basic Valda got turned into somebody else's intern.
You have something that's a infinitely old being that just really wants to get something done specifically and is working with the only two people she can find who seem smart enough to understand it. That's gonna happen.
Honestly, if it probably didn't take so long, you would probably have been turned into some sort of undead lich by now because of the fact that the mental can't fucking handle the fact that you need a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
I don't know. Even the lich needs a 5-minute break.
It would take too long to sit there and have Valda do the thing to convert you right now and have it talk you into it. So it's just like, well, fuck, we're just going to deal with it being mortal for now.
I will be honest, there's a couple note checks has that since she started kind of showing attitude, he would have pointedly left them in his bag more often than not.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not letting these be out in the open right now because that's going to be bad for my health long term.
Okay. Shaxon, you head on out. I am going to say that do you want to find Echo?
Yes, and what he'd probably do is once he's out of the basement, he'd probably check the time, kind of mentally do math in between here and Morast, and then hit his beat and go, Corvus, are you there?
Yeah, Corvus, you're actually just sort of wrapping up work with you've basically built a hand with Echo at this point.
So you keep making flip the bird and
Saxon.
laughing.
Yeah, sorry, we've been busy. What's up?
Is Echo's there with you?
Yeah, she is. She's cleaning up her tools.
Excellent. I will be by to talk to you as soon as I can be. There's something I need to discuss with her, and possibly you as well.
All right. Well, we'll be
You're
upstairs.
Okay, you're at your house, I am assuming?
Yeah, we're at the house.
Out of the basement this time.
I mean, if you want to be in the basement.
Are we going to be upstairs? No. What? Are we leaving the basement? What's happening? Who is it?
Shax will, the minute he says, if you'd like to say, I would rather not.
Saxon is coming
Hi, Shaxon. Tell him I said hi.
Alco says hi.
As well, and I will be over momentarily.
Oh,
I didn't know a city could say hi.
If he's coming over, can we go eat a carrot?
I don't see why not.
I am hungry.
Yeah.
And you are not as good a cook.
I can make a good sandwich. Thank you.
Can make a moderate sandwich.
I think it's good.
I don't want a sandwich. I want chicken.
Shortly, Saxon, bye.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Oh, good. I was going to say he did say that. You can make a good you can make an okay sandwich. Because he's hearing these Corvus' responses.
You can definitely make a sandwich. That's true.
For Echo sitting there going, you never know when the bread is blue. I have found when the bread is blue it's bad, but you keep eating it when it's blue. Corvus doesn't know when bread changes color.
In that case, you and Echo can get cleaned up and head for the Corvus' tavern. Which I'm going to say, Carrick's tavern. Which I'm going to say, Carrick, you're actually there basically inducting a newbie right now.
Okay.
You're basically putting them through, and unfortunately, this is like dinner hour. You're
was I able to send the sending earlier? By the way,
what was that?
Was I able to send the sending
Lucy and
earlier?
Emily to hire a person in my household.
Yes.
Brother, blah, blah, blah.
Oh wait,
Okay.
where did you type that?
It's scrolled.
I completely forgot about that.
Fine, I
yeah.
was just behaving and being like, I will eventually get my turn.
Yes, okay. In fact, we'll cover that. Carrot, a bit little early in the day. You are going to send this sending. To my house. Can you help? Oh, and you immediately reply of course. What kind of person are you looking for in particular? Like, do you have certain requirements, or just a general household manager?
And one day later, we seem to have another reply.
That's the problem with being a sorcerer. No sending spell.
If you let 5 minutes go by without a reply, you will get another sending of. It just occurred to me. You can reply to this message, I suppose.
So, what is the usual term for what the?
I don't think you know.
Okay, player does the player's asking out of character right now.
Isn't it like master something?
Major domo.
Major domo. Yeah, you basically need a major domo.
Actually, the head servant of a household is a butler.
Yeah, you need a butler. Manage household staff.
I'm looking for someone to manage household staff and that kind of stuff. Take some. What's the word? Brain just completely shut down on that sentence.
And then
to take
had that.
That was not said. That was out of character. To help Talia not have to do so much around the house.
Oh, so a head housemaid, or you're looking for more? Is this for the higher or the lower servants? He's going to ask quite bluntly.
I should have just said, "Can I visit tomorrow?" I'm dancing another 5 minutes before he thinks about
No. I mean, he just sent you another message there, so you've got to reply.
That's right. I'm not 100% sure exactly. Is it easier for me to just come visit tomorrow? I can make a teleport down there.
You will then get a reply of, "Oh, of course. Why don't you bring your wife down and you can come have tea and we'll talk about these matters."
Will do. So what is tea time in Brass
Tea.
usually?
Is
there tea time?
It would be basically around 1 to 2 p.m.
Okay. See you around tea time then. Yay, I'm teleporting all over tomorrow. And nobody's going with me on the doll.
Okay. Right, you can do that, but yeah. Later in the evening, you find yourself busy running a newbie through the thing when Echo and Corvus enter the tavern.
Good evening, you two.
Good evening, Kirk.
Doing some training. For the evening. How can we help you?
We're going to meet Saxon for dinner, I think.
I'm guessing he is not a Jackson kid.
I just talked to him a few minutes ago.
No, that was out of character comments.
Jackson will arrive about 10 minutes later.
He has not arrived yet, so take a seat and someone.
Do you have chicken today?
I forgot. Yes.
Today's menu.
There's almost always chicken. They're easy and quick to take care of.
Echo would like fried chicken.
I would
She
like one
tastes the
chicken,
name
please.
For murder. Echo wants to engage in the fourth wall. If Echo has fried chicken, someone will die in the party.
My brain's telling me I'm not sure if she wants a live chicken or not, but it's not Dadriel, so I know it's not that.
Fried chicken.
How do you want the chicken cooked, Echo?
Fully.
Okay.
What do you have?
The way Carrick does it.
Whatever you can do with the chicken.
Yes.
Make it delicious.
Oh my.
Baked,
Chicken
grilled, fried.
The little biscuits that come to the table for you are handmade by Carrick every day.
See, for some reason now I've just got the Blues Brothers scene where they order dry white toast and 4 fried chickens and a Coke.
I like to think there's basically like a crier in town that keeps track of when Carrick is actually at his tavern.
The good food! The good food!
They get really into that tavern then, you know? Just a ton of people.
Hey, it's fine. We have mayonnaise dispensers in there. Makes everything better.
Oh, God.
Technically, we have, how many was it? 10 spice pouches and 5 alchemy shots.
Wow.
Okay. You take the order.
Mayonnaise. Oh.
And 10 minutes later, Shaxon will enter the tavern.
Having to shove his way past the throng of people that are coming into Carrick's tavern.
It's crowded in here. Carrick must be in the tavern, Shaxon.
For some reason, half of them are warforged. We still don't know why.
It's weird. Carrick shares all
space that people talk.
It's always Carrick's recipes that are being cooked, but that always tastes better when Carrick's here.
That's because he understands the value of spice.
And mayonnaise.
That or his recipes are written down in Draw the Rest of the Owl style. It's just measurements and not how to cook them.
I also like to believe that the majority of the staff there don't actually know how to read.
I've been teaching them that slowly.
First step's the preparation. Everything second step just says serve.
Finally got out of your work.
For now.
For now? Right.
There's a GPS tracker now on him.
Damn near.
How's it coming along?
We're at the stage where we've got most of what we need figured out on math and figure out the situation. We need to test things for practicality now, which was part of the reason I wanted to talk to you, and Echo specifically.
Oh, can we help?
Possibly Corvus, definitely you.
You could trap Corvus.
The honest truth of it is you know how the body that you're in currently not going to last forever. what we want to try, and Jack is going to go. We have figured already a way with the mental herself to make a body that she is now inhabiting that is able to control from almost phylactery inside.
Mhm.
We need to make something similar to possibly try and contain Morgani and then the other first. We do that. The problem with that being, we need to make sure they can stand up to someone attempting to break out of it who does not want to be in it. So what we were going to offer was, if you can help us test this, we can put resources towards attempting to make you a body that will last longer.
Help, hell.
By trapping you inside it and seeing if you are able to break out and then letting you out of it.
Are there risks?
Out of character
Yes.
risk for it. Yeah.
Um,
Yes, sorry.
There is the possibility that, one, you don't actually know if it will contain her properly, and her form could dissipate out of it. Two, releasing her from it could cause damage. Three, her trying to break out of it might cause some feedback and damage. There's basically, you don't know. There's too many unknowns.
And Trax will basically lay all that on the table and be like, I'm being brutally honest with you for this, but it is that, or the other half it was, I know that you've had experience dealing with an Azoth in the past. We were hoping in some way we might be able to, if that is not an option of Echo, which is understandable, be able to either barter or trap an Azoth to test it on it. We need something that is more than we are.
She frowns and goes, "You can't trap an ass off. What's wrong?"
I agree, but we are trying to find options.
Can I think about it?
Absolutely.
I will think about it.
I apologize, I do not come talking to you on more mirthful terms.
It is not a mirthful time.
It is not, unfortunately.
Have you eaten?
I have not. But I think the last time was Jax is going to be sitting there counting on his fingers and go, what day is it?
She gives you a day.
At least yesterday.
She's going to like frantically wave to one of the servers in here, like arm full extend.
Feed this man.
Jackson would also like chicken.
4 fried chickens.
Thank you.
Fried chicken or he dies.
All right, so having ordered some wood toast and 4 white chickens and a bottle of Coke, yes.
The Pizza Hut.
You can enjoy a meal with them.
And why can't you just use the mentor that this is for?
I guess she doesn't trust us enough to let herself be put into it.
And it would be a bad idea to test it on her unwillingly, because this is just a test. You'd have to release her.
Correct. If we test her unwillingly, it is either we have to leave her sealed in there and hope it does not break, which that is part of the testing, or we have to let her out and incur her wrath afterwards and potentially no longer have that avenue together. Either of these are great options.
Bad relations for the future.
It is, and Shax will look down at his drink for a second and go, it is, if all else fails, an option on this.
If you wake up, you don't want it to be the world that trapped an Azoth on the outside.
It is why we are hoping on the bargaining aspect of it. Give it something it wants to give it something it wants or something like that to be able to invoke the test and then release afterwards.
And just hoping that nothing bad happens as a result of this. The Azoth have very dire consequences in their destruction.
But not
They
harm
don't
you on
take kindly.
purpose.
They don't take kindly to things that have happened to them in the past. But
Could you not get a god to volunteer?
I do not think
there's
we
a
would be
god
able-
that is going to be sealed inside, is it not?
Yes, and which gods do you think would be willing to allow us to seal them inside something like that?
Are they loud enough to be heard as I'm
Yeah, I would say
Probably when
that
you come
you.
by, you
Yeah.
pick up snippets of it.
there's also the side effect of not having the heavens supported.
we don't. Yes, we don't know if sealing them in there would make it so that their heaven fell.
I want to make a check to see if I can come up with anything that hasn't been thought of.
Yeah, well, go ahead and give me a roll.
Arcana for that?
Ellen would let us do it.
Arcana or anything you think might be fitting.
What about
Cool.
those of
Arcana's going to be best bet.
the lower planes?
Hmm. Demons are a possibility, but there's also
They
that
are very particular about being trapped in things, and it'll put a good test for that at least.
it depends if they are power-wise more than us.
That's
With
the
their soul.
problem. We only know 2, 3.
What's about a few of them together?
Angels.
So that is a possibility as well, demons.
No, I'm gonna.
I meant I'm not well versed in their summoning.
Gifted knows a demon.
No, we're gonna go around nobody's rolled on.
Do you think any of the
Okay.
evil things that she knows are going to be options on the table?
No.
Because I don't know what nature covers, so
Carrick.
there might be something. Yes.
I mean, there's a brief thought that is impractical, but like just a fuckload of mortal souls.
I mean, we just kind of would have had that chance.
Along those lines, if you're thinking of a multitude, there's a joined multitude that has oddly similar capabilities in Hayes Angel. So, you know Hay is capable of creating immensely powerful beings, sphinxes.
In those lines, there is for a being that could give consent. There's always like Hayes angels. There are other things that Hay has created, like the sphinxes that are powerful that could give consent. I don't think finding a sphinx is going to be something that will happen, but
I also do not think sphinxes would take kindly to that.
I don't think asking a sphinx would be, but there might be other beings out there like them that she has made.
Our angels could be an option. Just asking in general is not a bad idea. Well, I'm happy to have more options on the table.
Is this can this be released after being used then?
That was the intent.
Released back
So-
into original form? How is the release? How are you getting one thing into another thing?
She's going to hold up the little flask of water that's on the table, and she's just going to pour it into a mug, then she's going to pour it back.
Same idea, different scale, basically.
Yeah, as long as the body, I mean, I don't know, I know in the case of mortals like us, it's needs to be more directed by stuff.
Resurrection.
But, yeah. Other beings, like we've seen Echo move from one form to another. We've seen angels do possessions.
Something that would be possessed.
Something that can
abilities to do so.
That can do it on kind of resurrect on its own, I guess would be the best way to describe it.
Yes, Form 1 going into Form 2, essentially.
Yes.
The consent's the most important part.
Yes.
It is. As I do not like the idea of doing it to anything without. Yes, hay and her angels and things she's created are another option I had not considered, admittedly, and I'm happy to have more on the table for this. Same with the idea of demons. At the very least, if we have to, by all means, go the non-consensual route, I would feel less conflicted about using a demon for it.
Same with, well, I don't know how much we know about demons and their dealings, so I can't say on that matter. We haven't really had much interaction with them.
Out of character, we know. Do we know Gifton has had contact with one? I don't know if
What,
that's
with
actually been
Turiel?
discussed.
Oh,
Yes.
everybody knows I've talked to
Yeah.
Turiel.
I mean, Gifton has had contact with at least one that we know of.
And you're very well
Technically-
aware that
technically-
Raziel has contacts amongst demonkind as well.
Yeah.
Like, technically, everybody knows Raziel's basically on the road and knows a lot of them.
Yeah, but I don't think Raziel will say yes. I'll be honest. So
I'm not.
Turiel might.
I'm just saying.
Honestly,
he'll know.
I think the other two problems on it is A, even if Raziel said yes, I'm pretty sure Gipton would kill one of us for trying it.
Nope.
And two, I don't know if Raz in his current state actually does count as more than mortal soul-wise, or soul power-wise.
Don't.
Probably not until he actually falls.
Echo's like leaning on the table, looking towards the kitchen, like very impatiently waiting for her food. But
I figured the treat already would have come out by now.
Nope.
Well, he's got to work on your service. You haven't been cooking your food that.
And she's just gonna look at you, Carrick.
Going on into the kitchen to see what the holdup is, and then I'm making this roll. Soon as I find where this is.
There were other people to serve first.
Yeah.
She wanted Carrick made food, not
not assistance.
But she'll look at you, Jackson, and go, maybe this is one of those things that everyone needs to be in on.
It is something I'm intending on bringing the others in on, just as it is. Since you were the one we are going to be asking anyways to see if you're willing to help. It made sense to talk to you two first.
I am assisting in getting the kitchen going faster.
Okay.
Eric is conveniently, because he's right there.
And Carrick, you can get food cooked up and brought out shortly. What kind of chicken are you cooking for her?
I'll be honest, I will cook for her, but I'm also going in the order because I do need to assist the kitchen, because I'm guessing that with this getting busy, it's not but I'm making sure that I put hers, when it comes up for hers, that I get it.
You cook her food,
yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what kind of chicken is she getting?
Because someone watched Master Chef recently. Don't want to do fried chicken because someone will die.
Fried chicken.
Fine, we'll do fried chicken. Chicken cordon bleu.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she will enjoy this immensely. She's gonna sort of mumble between mouthfuls of like, I'll think about it, but I want to hear what everyone thinks.
Mm.
When I do bring out,
we do have other options that are on the table now as well. So if we're lucky, one of them might be able to suffice. So that's put you at risk for it.
Mm-hmm.
I also, since there's at least some of you here, I'll let you know. Tomorrow, Talia and I are supposed to go up to talk to. I figure I would have let Talia know, by the way, before I got to the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Up to visit the Capes for some assistance with some staffing at the house, and if you don't hear from me in a couple days, try contacting me, because I got contact from my father, and I'm going to go up and actually see him, and don't know if it's a trick from someone or not.
Okay.
Would you like anyone along with you for that?
No, it's in Winden. There's enough. We have enough people that we know up there that I should be fine, even if it is a trick.
If you're going to the Capes, I would like to tag along. I need to visit Albrecht and my brother and father.
What we're gonna do?
Elko, you are, of course, invited if you want to.
Oh, yes. What we're gonna do is you guys can sort of enjoy your meal, rest of the night. And then on the next day, Gifton, you get out the Feywild.
Yep.
Everyone is filtered around town enough that word can get passed around. To essentially get the group gathered.
Okay.
So in the morning of the next day, here's a couple of boy, go to the Brockgren household, tell them they're needed, all that kind of jazz. No, well, I'm telling one of you's just wandering around doing it because that's what you guys do. Yeah, you'll meet in the tavern for breakfast.
I'll bring the entire family.
Bring the entire family. Yep, breakfast at Carrick's. Care and Razem sort of handle the kids. Like you eat with them first, but when you're gonna have your little meeting, they'll sort of like handle the kids for you.
When the family shows up, I bring out the special table for the little ones.
Yeah,
The kids.
Little table.
Yeah. They want the big table though.
Yeah,
I know it's on the big table. This way they can actually get their food.
they chant table stack as you're bringing it out.
Yeah. They're always trying to steal a fork. One day they will move one.
They don't do the little forks though.
No.
Yeah, they're just still with the big ones.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm gonna find one back in the kitchen, finding out that there's even bigger forks people use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we're going back into a meeting room.
No, I figure you guys are just talking out in the open.
Okay.
Just at your own table.
Did we grab Raziel if we were grabbing everybody?
Do you want to include Raziel?
That's up to Gifton.
Well, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm just being grabbed, so that's why I was asking the people.
Do you figure
Basically, this is up to Shaxton and Carrick and Corvus, essentially. What is the group gathering?
Honestly, having Raziel in is probably not a bad idea. You could give more options. He has enough knowledge, you could probably give more options on that.
Okay. Alright, Raziel is included then.
Alright, Raziel's here for big breakfast with family. Alright. So what's this
Cassie,
all about?
I should actually ask on that note, does Cirrus / Mum come along?
Yep, that's a good question.
That would depend entirely on them. If we're gathering everyone for breakfast, I'll drag them along if there's
may as well.
no issues with it.
Big family breakfast.
Yeah, so the tavern is taken up by quite a lot of the extended family, and
You over here, Raziel, Sirius, and the other one on the opposite end of the table, out of stabbing range.
Lords and ladies have taken over the tavern.
Yeah,
Who invited
there is
Sven?
some definite tenseness between 2 points in this table.
I'd like to point out this is Gifton Michael.
Carrick's making sure to point out to the no fighting sign.
Michael is literally the only angel that I have.
Which I will say, this is probably why
level of relationship
Michael is here in the tavern joining in the food, but it's probably not part of the main meeting. She refuses to sit at the same table as Raziel.
That's fine. That's fine with me.
And Raziel just sort of glances around after everyone's finished eating and goes, okay, what's the doom and gloom this time?
What happened? I was in the... By the way, Oberon almost busted all the freaking things when we were in the Fae. Whew. Wants to take those fellers down.
That is what fucking happens then.
Oh. Did that actually do anything? Because he claimed he could grab them all and snap them.
I'm not entirely sure, but from the entries we're reading, I'm fairly certain that the one that was in the lab would have exploded, killing him.
Oh, well, good thing I told him to not.
I appreciate it.
On
the
offense.
lab was off.
Though,
It was.
I guess,
Oh.
Saxon, you are the one to bring this topic up.
And just for sake of time, Shax will basically re-explain the whole thing.
Okay, yep. So basically they go over the general concept, what they need. I imagine the ideas of what they could use.
So wait, multiple people lived through the death basement?
Shocking, isn't it?
I know, it's an amazing turn of events.
Yeah, nobody
No,
Shax
it's
will not.
basement at this point.
And Shax will not make mention of archangels or fae as things on the table. Simply will not.
Raphael, however, will actually go, what about multiple of, not me anymore, but,
You said we
Angels,
could get consent?
archangels.
well, we'll say Hair's Angels, that's quite the idea.
You can thank Carrick for that one.
Like I said, as long as whatever it is able to understand and consent and is willing.
Well, then we have to ask the question, I think they would ask Hair for the consent. Does someone else deciding for them count?
I will be honest, I don't understand exactly that.
I think in
Still,
their
I'll be
case,
honest.
in their case, I think that would, just because I'm not entirely sure those things are separately sentient. That is the idea.
They are quite a mystery in that regard.
Yeah,
Ask
it
Hea
might be.
because Hea is their parent. Get her permission first, and then ask them.
Are you? Do you think they'd be strong enough for a good test?
If they're not, then why aren't we considering multiple participants?
That is a possibility as well. Is putting more on. It's just a worry of when they come out, them still being.
I've had the night to think about it. If I'll do it, but I think we should have, what he said, more than one. That's what this is for, after all, right?
Me and Lysol are pretty powerful.
He looks at your gift and then just sort of glances down at your stomach and goes, it's a risk, that is.
I have an out of character question because I out of spacing. Which one's Lysol again?
The demigod of undeath.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That was.
Yep, that's a really good one.
That's a very powerful person.
Lysol, that's a very marvelous option if she could be convinced.
I mean,
that would be the issue. Is we don't
she doesn't have a tangible form, but
I mean,
not necessary for this, right?
It would.
Good.
I would say that we could ask one of the gods, but I think it is supposed to be a low-scale test first, and that might actually be too much.
And
not only that, we don't know having them in there if that would have an effect on their heaven or not.
It'd also be a test of if we can anchor a heaven.
Perhaps second stage testing will call for that.
As I hazard a guess, if we asked politely, Ilan would probably let us try to anchor his heaven.
I think perhaps we establish that we can release them fine first. That way, if the heaven does not hold, then get them out quick.
Yes, so that would be a thing.
Having the first test with the most to lose is not a good idea.
Corvus is just arms folded, quiet, listen to everyone talk.
I could ask my lady and my lord, but I'm hesitant to fly on their good graces for this.
They're certainly powerful.
If anything happened to Titania, to face.
Yeah.
I think if we were going to have either of them act, I think Oberon should be the one to go inside.
I think so, and I think part of that would be that the two of them, quite frankly, he is, as I'm aware, is stronger too.
He is the strongest fae in existence, as far as I know.
If we do want to go the infernal route, we'll certainly get a good test of containment.
Yeah, do you think we could make a trade with...
I'm sure there are quite a few lords down there that would willingly give up some of their subjects for something in trade.
There is our Gifton's friend.
For real?
Yeah, she sounded like she was kind of connected down there, too.
She could probably make some trades for us, but we know what she wants. Brother, would you be willing to part with Faithless?
I think it would be a necessity if this is the route we have to go.
Well, how many test groups will you need, Shaxon?
Shaxon? Like, it's a little complicated because, like, the power source and the subject number can shift about depending on who's in what, but 2 to 3 subjects would be good depending on the power levels involved.
I think 2 to 3 subjects dependent on the respective power of the subjects themselves.
I think the Infernal will be our lowest power source there.
Lysol would probably be our highest, if she would consent.
I think perhaps Lysol and maybe Hare's kind next to Oberon.
I do have one question to ask if we are doing this. I understand why the mental wouldn't be one to put in there, because you would need the mental to figure out if there's a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why the mental isn't an option. What about Speary?
I think they'd acquiesce.
Because Speary would literally be making sure the way is safe.
Was Speary not put on the table by the mental to begin with?
He was not, no.
There was the initial deal of not hurting the mental that we did with Speary. That might be the reason why the mental did not bring Speary up.
When it comes down to it, Speary is the closest to the perfect subject we could have.
I mean, Speary really is, and Speary would be in the safest position in the fact that their sibling would be overseeing them.
I think then we should definitely try to get Speary in as our prime candidate.
In that case, Garrett, can you remove your ring, please?
Garrett reaches down and
then can you please try and commune with spirit? I
unfortunately haven't actually done this yet, so this is going to be a fun one.
Oh, here, do you want me to help with that? I know how to get a hold of Speary.
And just wait, I would do it myself. Unfortunately, I think I'm the one who has to.
I know how the commuting with Speary actually works every time.
I'm going to actually try something. Let me try something real quick.
But it's really simple. I know exactly what to do.
Okay.
Speary?
Huh?
You go, hey, Speary?
I send ascending to Speary. That's what I've done every time we've commuted Speary. I send ascending and it fucks with Speary, because Speary's everywhere.
I mean, I should try a different one. I probably shouldn't play that card, so...
What are you trying to do?
I have its true name, remember?
Yeah, but
I want to hold that card still. So.
All right, I'm
just
gonna...
pray like gift and go, hey, Spirit, use the fine I want.
Using a wish.
That's the only way she can cast sending.
Because the rest of us, a bunch of us have spending. I can use it as draconic. You would have mentioned sending, right?
Yes, I mentioned sending. Okay, then just sending.
I'll use my, and I'm gonna send this.
But now he's gonna possess Shaxon. This is the problem.
Why?
Not unless, Carrick could ask it not to possess him.
Yeah, I could ask him to possess me in the setting.
Yeah, ask her to possess you.
Speary, we would like to talk with you. Please possess me, to communicate with the others.
By the way, this is Carrick.
I'm pretty sure you know who sends the sending. But yes, this is Carrick. And now the worst part is I actually took my ring off and I dropped it. So now I'm actually crawling under my desk.
Okay, out of character.
Yes.
Okay.
You dropped it.
I thought, okay, it's like you dropped it. Gifton picks it up, puts it on.
And since I'm out for the time, I'm also hitting a restroom.
Unfortunately, you're not out for the time.
Oh, okay.
As there's actually going to be somebody that sits up from one of the other tables and comes over to join you guys.
Oh.
Is it a random person?
It looks like somebody you've seen around town a bunch.
Hi! Do you want to join us for breakfast? Sausage.
You did ask me to come.
Oh, Speary.
And this person that you know is just they're a Fletcher in town. You know, just making arrows and such for the hunters. We'll just pull up a chair and sit down with you.
I am now concerned.
It should be, yeah.
I'm really interested in how you got a connection here. That's great for you.
Faith has its way of spreading.
Does, doesn't it? So, hope you're doing well. We have some things. Are you aware of what your sister Telsha's up to with the whole
Creating the vessel for us to
phylactery
rejoin with
thing?
Mother? Yes.
Yeah, we need to test it by putting a very powerful being in it and having them try to break out.
They quirk their eyebrow. I'm quite certain that Telsha has not volunteered for this.
I'm certain that she
Yeah, exactly.
hasn't, because we need her to make sure, everything's working. But you're pretty powerful.
I'm only as powerful as those that believe in me.
So you're saying if I super believe in you, that will help?
Perhaps. Do you want to be one of my faithful?
I'll consider it. Are you going to go in?
Is this the point where we're making a bargain?
It might be a bargain I'm willing to make.
New piety.
I'm super believing you, Dad Cooper.
If you forthrightly explain the risks to me, and please, do be honest, then perhaps we can reach an arrangement. Right, do you want to explain the risks to her?
Yep.
I should say
That's
that would be
very
a
exactly.
Okay, are you leaving anything out, or are you actually being truthful?
He's being truthful.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain, given that the spiritual can get into Jax's head, that he probably would be able to tell if I'm lying anyways.
She might.
No. Quite some substantial risks that I'd be taking on myself.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd come along. She points at you, Echo. Points at Echo sort of curiously, and Echo nods.
And we're looking to see if maybe getting a third as a additional test.
Oh, okay. Echo is going in. Oh, okay. That's the part I was suddenly going, wait a second.
I'll be honest, between those two, you might not need a third.
I have, of course, offered to volunteer, but I unfortunately am...
With child, we could not risk that.
Yes, but I'd do it for you if I could. We are considering trying to talk to the founder of Faramir, the goddess of undeath, the demi-goddess of undeath, and seeing if she might also join in the test.
Out of character, because I don't know if they discussed this. Was there any talk of people of the amalgam not being separate people after things?
He mentioned everything that could be an issue, and he would mention that.
Well,
so basically, for the test,
yes.
There isn't anything in the test that should make that happen.
Okay. That was the part that was the part I was just because I didn't remember it being discussed.
So, like, it's air quote a possibility in the sense that, like, literally anything could go wrong.
Could happen,
but this is not something that's expected.
Should. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Lysol is an interesting option. What others?
Do you think we need more than that?
No. A third should do, but I want to know what the options are.
We had considered grabbing one, the amalgamation angel of Hayes.
Interesting.
Yes. I had considered discussing it with Oberon, Lord of the Fae.
They actually grimace at that.
I don't think you want to be in a crazy room for that, do you?
No.
One of the archangels, maybe.
It's just sort of thing like, yeah, I guess.
And what was the other option?
Demons were in.
Demons, and wasn't there something else?
Demons and Azoth.
An Azoth, yeah.
That'd be
There's
another.
An option that no one has considered. Grabbing one of the dwellers in the underplace.
Oh, we're talking about demons.
The EMT.
No, the false bottom.
They can't consent. We only are doing creatures that can consent right now.
What's the false spot?
And besides, an archangel would do just the same.
Somebody turn to Michael and smile.
If I might have my preference, I would quite enjoy the company of either one or Lysil. I think one would be more interesting.
We can contact Taya and ask if one is willing.
The only one I refuse is Oberon.
Oh. But he's such a cuddly playmate.
Oh, I'm sorry, your friend is a little too unpredictable. Even a demon is far easier to judge than that.
You wound me.
Do I speak mistruth?
Why would there be a preference in an occupant of a vessel that you are going to try to escape from?
Because you don't want the other prisoners to attack you when they're trying to get out.
Exactly.
Or attempting to keep you in there.
Echo here is quite personable, and I would have faith in the obedience of an angel.
So you'd feel more secure with them, and Lysil is a personable young woman.
I have not met them myself, but I would take your word for it.
They seem very kind and gentle. I do not think they are... It is hard to gauge how powerful they are, but they do have a mastery over life and death in a way, so...
And frankly, I know I could squash a demon if it came to it.
Wing around Razia? Yes, mine.
Raziel's supposed to go. I'm not a demon yet.
Not a demon yet. I don't want you squashing any angels or demons, if that's all right. Yeah, but let's. But you would be possibly willing to make a bargain then. All right. What is the terms of your bargain?
If you would agree to the same as them, send me a little of your faith, a little of your love. Then I would happily do so for one of my faithful.
I'm going to look at Raz for a telltale of no. But...
Raz, of course, is actually giving you a no, and he's actually just going to lean and go, I don't like what she does at all. I don't trust it. However, I know that such matters are hard to agree to right forthright. Why don't I leave you to think on it?
And also, we would need to get confirmation if one and or Lysil are agreeable.
Of course.
Same consideration.
And if you decide not to go with me, I completely understand. Frankly, it is less risk to myself, so I will not object.
Has it been brought up what entails giving you faith?
Well, I think I made the terms quite clear to them. Has it been too inconvenient, Eric Jackson?
Does not.
Not that I can tell.
It has simply given me a little sustenance, a little power through something that removes nothing from you. The use of the term give suggests that you are losing something, but this is not true.
And, the occasional ability to puppet the body about so you can talk to other people.
But I only do so when my faithful ask, and of course the faithful would agree.
Mm-hmm. We will be talking with you soon, Spiri. Thank you.
They smile, bow their head, close their eyes, and then a very confused man looks down at where he's sitting and goes,
More
being
sausage?
stared at by Corvus.
Oh God, what?
More sausage?
What? I was having sausage?
Hey, you wanted more sausage?
Oh, no, I'm good, thank you, though.
So you were saying you were on the way here, and what happened?
I was coming here for breakfast.
Clifton, let the man have a breakfast in peace.
But he was telling such an interesting story, and he just suddenly jerked.
Sorry about that. I'll leave you folk in peace.
Bye. Bye. It was nice talking with you.
Amanda looks like might be going a little nuts. Stands up and quickly hurries over to a free table.
He wasn't aware of the agreement he made.
Nope.
I still do not like the fact that there is a very easygoing deal that the spirit makes. You give it something and it just is happy with that.
I mean, it's a very easygoing deal that a lot of people make for very simple things all the time. So, anyway, it is my risk to consider, not yours.
I understand that. I'm just giving a warning to it because you're going to have to deal, if this is the case and they become whatever they're going to become in 150 years, you may have to deal with having faith with that kind of being.
I mean,
later.
What do you think I'm not going to live that long, Corvus.
Also, your kind already deals with this. Echo says.
This is literally what happens when you worship God.
Yeah.
At least that one asks.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that tells you. I mean, it's fairly straightforward. But
also, notably, it is no coincidence that they did purposely not possess either of us for it.
That's because they wanted you to be in on the conversation, and that's fair. And
I'm just looking at the far end of it when this being is one being and it has a lot of faith.
I mean,
from a lot of people.
There's a lot. I mean, it's going.
That is a problem we've already been discussing.
I mean, this is already going to be a problem when they emerge. I'd rather have them be a little bit on the kind side, and Spiri at least wants their followers alive.
And as we kind of know with other deals, it may not keep these deals when it becomes something else.
Exactly.
It might not. It might all fall away for all we know.
Yeah.
But
we will.
Spiri has been fairly straightforward with us, so I will consider it with due caution. Though I have been withholding involving myself with any faithful dealings with Spiri because of concerns for the children.
At the very least, both Spiri and the Mentor are playing long games, and frankly, that means you put long plans and you deal with it when you have to.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I don't play that far ahead.
Take it from somebody who has as many long plans and has many fail, many succeed. It's easier to deal with now.
Yeah, it really is. And I don't think that, honestly, giving Spiri my faith now is going to hurt us right now. It'll probably hurt us someday, but, you know, God's willing, I will have been reborn as a plant in the Fae by then, and it will be all right.
Is that what you want?
Oh, it'd be lovely to be a tree. Maybe a flower.
No, you could
be a full tree. And
try being one for a bit.
I could, but I'm worried it would take the mystery away.
I'm
saving it, you know.
So
honestly, it ends up being a problem 150 years ago. It's a problem we'll deal with in 150 years.
We have Spiri and the one, Spiri and sorry, Lysol.
And me.
Spiri and Echo.
Well, me and them together, and one of the others.
It's the three of them. So no matter what, Echo and Spiri, it's just who goes with them. And that's if we can get the third party to agree. If we do not get that, we will do other plans, and we will make sure it is safe as much as we can if Echo's going it. Because we need to make sure Echo is safe.
Yes.
Are you really sure you want to do this, Echo? You don't have to.
I think it's important.
Is there any way we could...
Yeah, but you're important, and we love you. So.
I want a promise, though.
What?
If it goes wrong, if something happens to me, Oh, wake up, my brother.
Of course. I thought we were
Jackson.
doing that together someday.
There's a lot of things that can interfere with that someday.
There's always something in between us and
It's the nature
someday.
of our lives.
And you're all risking many
Yes.
things, so I will too.
Thank you, Echo. Just as things are, is there any other way we could use a different form of energy? Raw magic or anything, even if we could figure out a way to channel enough. Like, say, enough spellcasters just kind of like channeling into that orb that we had previously.
I'm going to ask for another Arcana roll from the group. Anyone that wants to try.
For what?
Arcana.
No, I mean, but what?
For what I just asked.
I know, but I don't understand what you want the extra power source for.
In place of
In place of a soul.
A soul.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Also, why did the turn order come up?
Turn order's been up this
Yeah, it's been up the whole time.
Really? It
Yeah.
just popped up for me.
Well.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm gonna flash mine to a 38.
Okay, 38. Carrick. Shaxton.
Yes.
It just strikes you. Yeah, you could potentially make a soul. Like using power. You could make an artificial soul because it's been done. Usglas created the perfect simulacra.
God.
It was its own living being.
Powerful enough to do it because I
Uh-huh.
level 9. I guess fucking wish.
So yeah, we gotta go find Goose Glass.
Well, we were already. That was
Yeah.
one of our actual tasks.
And
There.
honestly,
Like the raw magic probably wouldn't be enough. Simply, that's just power. It's not a soul as such.
But forming it into
Mm-hmm.
that.
What are
Well,
you saying, Toby?
well, this is as Cass. So once everyone's just done discussing,
there's oops, I just may have muted. There we go. There is always making an artificial soul with magic. It has been done once that we know of. Shax mentioned it, I believe.
Chaos class, correct?
Yes. And we were tasked with finding her.
Yeah, so we're going to Eunice.
and honestly, no offense, Echo, but I'd rather keep you out of being in a bottle with any of the first dragons, especially if it merges spirits, because I hate to say it, but you have a doomsday switch.
I'm not offended.
And
You're concerned.
I'd rather not have them have it.
I suck that.
I also would rather not risk myself, but
I would rather not risk Echo if we can avoid it, but I think that's the same reason why Telsha didn't bring up Spiri. No one wants to be risked in there because it's unknown and dangerous, right?
Yes.
As I said, we are currently just figuring out things to put on the
and
table.
unless we want to do something uncouth and throw somebody in there that is unwilling, then we have to risk the people we love.
what you do is you get Father Aurel's soul, power it up, throw them in.
Give him the power bray.
Since we're all here, I have something I think we might want to also do.
If we created a soul like you were saying, though, Carrick,
yes,
wouldn't we be doing just as bad of a thing? We'd be making a new life and then torturing it. Right?
I guess it depends how we make the soul.
I think the key is that we're gonna make the soul. If we do it correctly, we can make it so it is not sentient.
But if it's not sentient, how will it know to break out, and how will we know to stop it from whatever it does after? It would be very powerful.
Is it truly just break out, or just hold the energy, like hold what's
Perhaps if
there.
a couple of us were trying to break out, maybe we could just have the access there. I don't know.
I mean, part of that
Can
all
we
hinges.
power up somebody else's soul?
It might be a similar method.
Mm-hmm. So your exit would be roughly the same, I believe. There's a thing of how much power can you dump into a soul not created for it.
There
Until
was
that soul starts to fracture.
there was the premise of the gods gifting us excessive amounts
energy.
of power,
But power is not soul.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
but we are the soul. Just
It does not make our soul any
Empowered.
more whole as it is.
Has
It
there
is
ever
more-
been research on what happens with trying to combine souls?
I mean, yes, there has been. They were doing that in Hexen. The Hexenwreckers were doing that in Zaha. They were combining the children with the soldiers. Remember?
What character were they?
Yes,
Yep.
they were.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they were doing to
empowering it.
they were trying to use the children's souls to purify the soldier souls in Zaha. To
Yeah,
make them
they
do
were
more
essentially soul
Warforged.
grafting.
Okay.
It's like the doctor from
That's a
Team
slew of
Fortress
issues.
2 surgically adhering 8 souls to himself and bargaining with the devil multiple times.
I think Shax might have seen some of the information from that one.
Carrick and Shax
That
both
does
had
have
that
its
stuff.
issues.
But we can't just pump a soul full of a lot more energy. That's not possible. Just kind of bulk it up.
Jackson, you're not, both Jackson and Carrick, you're
Mhm.
not convinced it's viable, but you're also not entirely convinced it's not possible.
You know, there might be one person who had knowledge. And unfortunately, I'd have a feeling that's all gone, but she might remember something.
What were you thinking of?
Lady Gentle.
Maybe.
The room.
Yeah,
She might remember something that we.
Yeah.
Worst comes worst, we ask her if she knows anything, and she says no. She says yes. Either way, we at least come away with some more information.
Maybe. I was thinking I could ask Gillen to see if he could shore up somebody for us and make them very powerful. Like, very, very powerful as far as that goes.
Would
And
the
then
mental...
we put them in there for the test.
Would the mental might know if that would do it. I'm guessing she, even with your time there, she might know more about this than you do on what.
The gods have empowered mortal champions in the past to be greater than, well, even an archangel. Tends to be temporary, but well, it only needs to be temporary, yes?
Yes. And I trust my big brother could get himself out of a prison if he was set into one.
Of course I could.
Okay, that's Rash. I'm like, are you talking about Rash Dadriel?
one brother, one's big brother.
And frankly, I'd be more comfortable having myself in there than the spiritual.
I was thinking that. I need to know that you're going to be able to come out okay, though.
No promises, but I'd certainly try my best.
All right. As if anybody's going to figure out how to break their way out of a soul prison, it's going to be Raziel.
It is a point.
The question I have in regards to that is, and I do not mean any offense by asking it, but after losing your ability as an archangel, is your soul much stronger than a mortal? Is there more there? I guess would be the appropriate way to put it.
There's more there that I cannot access, indeed. I am certainly more than a mortal right now.
Jax will Nanga. That would be probably good enough.
The other option is we ask Dadriel. Either way, one of them gets
Raziel
power
shakes his
vested
head
by Ellen.
immediately. Not doing it, Dadriel.
Is your option and substitute for the spiritual or Echo?
Either. If Echo does not wish to go, I'll go in her place. If we can get the spiritual out of it, that would also be good. At least if I'm in there instead of Echo with the spiritual, I can try and keep an eye on them.
That would be
If I am of
my
cognizant
advice
thought.
on that.
I trust Raziel more than I trust the spiritual.
That's entirely fair, frankly.
Understandable.
And I would trust Raziel with as much power as I and Dylan can lend. I will pour
Then
as much into you as I can.
he looks over at Echo. Why don't we try and get the aid of Lysol one then?
If one of them agrees, that's going to be, I think, our biggest hurdle right now is making sure we have the third okay.
I still think having one of them is better than not. If spiritual is in there, it would be appropriate to have a watchdog on spiritual, i.e. Raz, and then have another one as a backup.
I don't know. Spiritual consent to Raziel.
They didn't say no. They said
I was not on the table originally.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were. My apologies.
No.
He is not mentioned.
I like to keep Raziel off the table as much as possible.
I just have a great deal of concern, and this is concern for you, Echo, more than anything. If something goes wrong in there, something's gonna happen, and that's not going to be good.
She actually reaches over and puts her hand on top of yours and goes, I promise I will not call out.
There is a part of me that will...
Don't even worry about that, Echo.
That's not entirely what I mean.
You should not have... She shouldn't have to worry... Echo, we don't think you'd try to do that. And if you did for whatever reason, it's fine. I mean...
Yes, Echo, it is not a case of we do not trust you, but we've given you our trust implicitly. It is a thing of we do not trust spiritual.
It's what the backlash is, what the backlash would entail, and what the spiritual may or may not use
or attempt.
In a manner or attempt.
You think that the spiritual would manhandle?
I don't know anything about these.
I think, Echo, he might actually care for you. He doesn't want other people touching you.
Of course he cares for me. Like I care for him.
Oh. She's the one.
No, that is Taya's Angels?
No. I mean that in the context that you might be the one he marries. This is going to be beautiful. I'm going to get flowers.
Will we get married?
Thank you, Captain.
I was halfway at that point where it's just a walk.
I have secured your future.
Corvus is red faced and his hands are in his hair and he's just like, oh.
Is Corvus
Aren't you happy I gave her such a beautiful body now?
If I might say something, this is not entirely unselfish. If they can make something to tame me, then they could make me a body that won't.
Yes. That would be an end goal of this as well, precisely.
And I believe Corvus is saying worry of what would happen.
Yes, we can do that, but yeah, why don't we get that on to what we want to do? And brother, if you don't want to do this, I mean, we could ask Care. We can ask a lot of other people. It'd be okay.
He just shakes his head and goes, I think I'm a good candidate.
And no offense to Kara, but he is in the same boat as most of us, where he is not much more than he is.
You just got to accept that this
Care
is because I am so much
fucking
better.
Amazing.
He may be fucking amazing, but his soul is still a shadow, as our own is. And that is what needs to be tested.
Hey, Razio actually just reaches over and pats your hand, and just goes, "Just bask in my might."
That's why I even asked you.
I have as if you put a vacuum in it.
Then, right now, we're not taking anybody off the table, but we are going to make contacts and see who we can get available. We can make our options then.
Yeah, we can make our options then, and that will be fine. And we'll figure out how to pour as much energy into you as possible to make you strong.
I mean, frankly, we might get lucky and get both One and Lysol, and then perhaps Echo can stay safe, and I can go with them.
Mm-hmm. I know one will look out for you.
Yes, I'm sure they will. Actually,
I'm actually very certain one would look right for you.
Out of character, who's had interactions with one? Because I'm pretty sure Corvus has not.
You.
Technically, everybody has.
We've
in the fact of seeing
one.
I've talked to one a lot.
Close, but
yeah,
she's talked to one a little bit.
Cassie has.
Cassie.
I have.
Carrot Cassie.
I think I was on watch when one had attacked when you were in the desert before.
Yeah.
That's most I can say I've had.
Yeah.
I was just everybody's seen this
Carrot Cassie,
effective.
Gifton.
But yeah, we're the only three that have talked to one.
Yeah.
Mostly Gifton, but that's kind of Gifton.
It's Gifton.
Well, thank you.
I mean, even in character, I did make the point of you've seen how easily Gifton makes friends.
Yeah.
Since we're all together, there's one other thing I would like to do. We have not used the ocular since physical was slain. I kind of want to see if it's targeted on something else now, or what it does, and I kind of would like people around that I can trust.
Did we ever learn what its original purpose was intended for?
There was no purpose intended. The design came in someone's dream, and that's what it did.
And it focused.
They made it, and then it did that.
Yep. So, this I would look. We're actually in one of the meeting rooms, side rooms, aren't we?
No, we're in the
middle of the
tavern. Let's.
Well, we're probably in our own corner, and they probably. Most people in town probably understand if they see our entire group huddled around a table. It's probably
it's fine. Just
space.
do it right here. It's morning. There's not a rush, probably. Let's just do it. What are we gonna do? We're gonna hide that we're up to weird shit in the tavern. We're doing it.
We're the founders of the fucking town.
It is my. It is technically my town.
You're gonna get out the ocular?
Corvus's murder basement. We're not gonna dissuade people.
And upcasting. Let's see. We'll upcast it. We'll upcast level today for the detect magic through it.
Okay. You detect magic on the ocular. It's not magic.
This is me doing the usual fact.
Yep.
Okay, and it does nothing. Okay. Okay. Well,
it just seems to be inanimate glass statue now.
Another thing that we can try. I pull out a piece of paper that has a bunch of writing on it. I flip it over.
Want to use that for this?
What do you mean? I thought we were just checking something.
Oh, you're just seeing if it still worked. Also, okay.
I mean, might as well, but might not work at all. Are you still reading this?
There is also another problem that needs to be brought up.
Nothing happened
yet.
There is a source of infernal energy in the middle of Winden.
Is the town gonna blow up?
I don't know, but I have it on very good source that someone's keeping infernal stuff in their basement.
I mean,
who told you?
Lots of people do that.
No, this is under
Lots of people don't do that,
Grump's
Gifton.
building.
Raziel
I would
says.
say, I don't know, isn't Sirius one of the people at the table?
No, he's not at the table. You guys are separate
No,
from the rest of the family members.
They back.
Yeah. Yeah. Funnily enough, Sirius doesn't get to come to the big conversations. Neener.
He probably doesn't want to be in the
I said Michael does not want to be at the same table as Raz.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
I do need to get up there in the next day or so.
Do we
Oh,
all want to make a trip up there and investigate this, or
where is
Gonna
it?
shake down a mage because they have some weird infernal
I don't
things
know.
down
What
in their
are you
basement?
trying to express?
You have a murder basement, and we don't go mess with that.
But we'll actually point out that by
Honestly, if
Baratheon law, infernal summoning is illegal.
Why don't we
So
just report him to the
contact
authorities?
I don't want to go to Winden because then I have to go see Stenhouse, and then I have
Which
to do
mage
general
is
stuff.
this?
Grumpf.
I'm expecting a
Oh,
long
the guy
side
that
of
helped you
course, it's
scry your
fucking
brother?
Grump.
Yes.
Wasn't Grumpf the one that you told us to visit, Raz?
Yes, I'm just thinking, if he has infernal materials, that might not be against the law. Simply summoning, that is. Do you know exactly what he's giving off this emission?
No, he's got the entire place warded so tight that Michael couldn't see into it.
Oh, they're probably doing it right then.
But it's still leaking bad juju.
Being able to pick up energy does not necessarily mean it's leaking out something that's harmful. If
Yeah,
some of us have to make a
actually-
trip into town anyway, we'll just give a quick visit. Make sure nothing...
Okay.
I bring it
Well,
up because it concerned Michael and Cirrus.
Nothing happened with the paper. Folding it up and putting it away. We're good with that. Okay.
I do have a appointment with Talia at 1-ish in Southwest time. So
You're going to Southwest time?
Southwest time. Wow.
Wyndham.
Dolwood?
Dolpwood. Brain did not want to think of right names.
You should go to Southwest time too.
Should at some point.
I've been there. It's
Dolpwood.
sad. Don't go.
I have no reason.
At Dolpwood.
With... Go ahead. Sorry.
The page, or at least Lucian, is going to help us. I'm looking to pick up a
I'll not
assist with the
note.
servants.
I'm gonna
Yes, you
check
said
if
you
my
wanted-
no. I need to check if they're actually in Dolwood or in Wyndon. So I'm.
Oh, your family?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should check in on them.
Corvus will do a sending
Alright.
to.
Alright.
Oh.
All right,
brother.
One
Will
last
go.
thing. One last thing I need to check while you do your sending. I'm gonna look at Carrick and go, okay, tell me if you feel anything. All right. And I put my hand out. Oh God, I'm being such a dork. I actually did this. Put my hand out in front of me and pointing it at Carrick, and I go, "Know me as if it's the truest thought in your heart." Okay, nothing. Good.
Are you okay, Gifton?
Just trying some stuff.
But no, my trip to Wyndon is my father is up there, and
Corvus is getting Mr. back. They are in Dolwood right now.
So I'll be going to you with good Dolwood if that's all right, Kirk.
that's fine. I can pack an extra person. Or
Wait,
many.
what?
I guess the feeling is going to teleport, sir.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, can I
wasn't
come?
Sure what? Yes, of course. That you're.
I'm guessing that was
So-
Echo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can bring. I will be returning here because just in case I do not want to. In the case of Wyndon, if it is something bad, I don't want to risk Talia. And if it's my actual father, I can bring her up for another visit later.
Oh, we could actually meet Mr. Carrick, father.
Would it just be Mr. Musk?
Actually, Mr. Carrick, father might not be Marsh because I think Marsh was the name that his mom took after the
It
father
was
went
her
away.
maiden. It was her maiden. Yes,
Yeah, so
Sorry,
Mr. Carrick, father.
it's fine.
We could find out what Carrick's possible other last name could be.
All right. Just so I'm straight, that's the one that's tied to.
That's
Mr. Grandma Lynn's son.
Yeah.
Yes.
Raziel will tap on the table a
Further
little bit and
tap
go,
than that. Yes.
Carrick's other possible last name, I will leave as a mystery to you. I think we're done.
Yes, I believe
so,
we
yes.
are.
What-
Unless
What do you want to do with Wyndon, Raz?
I don't really care. I'll be frank. A mage having something strange in their basement is, in the scheme of the concerns we have, insignificant.
That's what I just said at the beginning, and you were like, "No, gifting people having infernal things in their basement isn't okay."
No, I said it's illegal.
He says
Oh.
illegal, and depending on who it is, it might not be considered as such due to
Okay.
If they're infernal summoning, very illegal. If they have some kind of item that they have been allowed, they have signed for, it might be theirs. So don't go knocking down doors and getting yourselves into trouble by robbing a mage of an item that he legally owns.
No, I wasn't even suggesting that.
I
was
know,
bringing
that's
it to the group because then we might inform, like, I don't know, possibly the military to let them know that there may be an issue in town, and they would have that sort of information on hand.
I am the most belligerent general that the military has to offer.
Go kick
Now.
a hornet's nest.
Frankly, it's not even a military matter. Turn it over to the local guard.
That should be who should handle it.
Sounds good.
Right. Well, I thought I'd
Bring
bring it up.
Oh, thanks for bringing
Better-
it up, Cassie. Also, how's everything going on the search for your father front? How's anything you need help with?
Not at the moment. That is on the moment on a slow burn.
Did you want us to try scrying on him again, or
No,
anything?
I have a lead in like a couple days that I'm going to be following up, but I'm going to need to get out to.
What's the lead?
You remember those tentacly face guys?
No. I think. No. Nope.
Yes.
No. We never saw them. The only person who saw them was RG.
Oh, that's
RG was
right.
the
RG
only
Yeah,
person who
she
saw
did the
one.
deal. She did
RG was the only one that saw one, and then RG was told by them never to say what they saw.
Are you
That's
talking
right.
about the giant squid thing you said you saw leave Hayes?
No, that.
No. That was an
Kraken.
in-character question.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
That was an in-character question to Gas.
Apparently, Scrim still has a Kraken.
What?
Hopefully he's been feeding it while he's been
Why am I
gone.
not surprised?
He
Did
has
you
a
give
baby
Scrim a Kraken?
I arranged deals for him to have a Kraken.
Sorry, go. All right.
You ask a question, I try to answer, and then you start running off on tangents. Let me finish, please. As I was saying, he has a baby Kraken that he is using to control the older Kraken, the one that attacks Sidur. He has agreed to take me out to it and to meet with one of the people who gave it to him.
I'm going to point out that's not actually what you were told.
Okay.
They had a Kraken in their service. When it came time to return it, they took one of its children.
Okay.
There was never anything about controlling the large Kraken with a baby. They just have a baby Kraken that's grown.
Okay. Well, they have a Kraken, and apparently they got it from the same people who have my father.
Your father is with Kraken people? Is that
Apparently.
a thing?
But we can't
Kraken
get
people
at
is not a thing. They're Illithid and tend to control and raise them.
Illithid?
Can I make a check?
Yeah.
Sure.
What type of check would that be?
This would be history.
Stream. That one. No, not that one. A 2. Close
I'm
enough.
afraid for you guys that is not actually good enough.
Yeah, I figured. No idea on that.
I am not going to make it because I think I have already rolled it before, and I think I was told I know the name but no specifics. So I'm not going to try and
Descendant.
game that.
A descendant of Hayes people, the Drow.
Well,
That control Krakens.
I mean, you raise anything from a child, you can probably control it. It doesn't have more.
And where is this located?
I don't know.
That's what you're investigating.
Yeah. But because we know the city is not easily breachable, I'd rather negotiate it than having anyone go kicking the door in because it's heavily warded against angels.
More than that, it's most other mortal races in it, even.
Well, I only know about the angelic wards from Dadriel.
So you've been trying to get in?
No, he saw it and came back and let me know.
Good.
And we haven't tried to breach it because, like I said, we've already had a large loss of angelic life. I'd rather not risk any more.
I can put you in contact with them.
I was going to say, Raz, why don't you enlighten us about these people since you know quite a good deal about them?
They are negotiable. That is the most important aspect of them. However, they think quite differently to most. They're alien. They are remnants of Hare's people. Did you ever witness back then the citizenry integrating with creatures?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What if evolution merged those together along the way?
Oh.
That is what it is.
Is that like the Driders?
Not quite. Two Driders are one creature and always have been just blessed, changed.
Talal had that little eyeball pet. Remember Oof that used to climb into his socket?
Much like that.
Yes.
It's a separate creature that integrates itself with a host. It's a symbiote. Only they have become far more conjoined than most.
Than a parasite.
I'm not sure they would see it as such. They're essentially one being.
Right. At that point, no.
It's symbiosis.
Well, symbiosis goes so far into it becomes something else.
That would be the point.
But no matter that, I can give you a device to let you talk to them. You will have to choose your words carefully. They are quick to close off contact. Making sure you have something of interest for them. Do not just demand from them.
So, Cass, Raz, or whoever, I don't know. Why is your father there?
Because that's where the Kraken took him.
So he's a prisoner of war.
Perhaps. I don't know.
Prisoner of war can only exist if, well, the other party is at war, or
Which
even
we're not
cares about your
anymore.
mortal laws.
Right. So the Kraken that Grim was using took your father from the wreckage, the boat. Is that right?
Again, all I know is that my father is down there. The others from my family may have been taken as well.
The other centaurs.
And possibly citizenry from
Sidur.
I doubt it was just my father. I mean, my Cirrus and the others that we rescued may have been destined for the same place. And their piece of wreckage got away. But
Yes.
right now, this is about as much information as I have for you.
Yes, Gifton?
What do they like to be traded? What are they interested in? Because you would have had to have traded with them.
What I supplied to them was a item to predict things using the stars. They like anything that can advance them. Knowledge, new technology, old technology that is lost and forgotten, powerful items. If it has worth and value beyond just the coin, will be useless. I don't believe in that kind of trade and commerce. Something of significant power, just scientific worth. They do also take people.
For their symbiosis.
Or for the knowledge in their minds.
For their minds?
Yes. They have another name. Mind Flayers.
Oh, that's a lovely name.
I am assuming quite descriptive as well.
Indeed.
Hmm.
All right.
I'll go to Wyndham with you, Cassie. I'll retrieve the item from one of my storage there.
Okay. When do you want to go?
I think some immediacy would be good.
Yes.
How long has it been since it out of character?
Months.
Here, easy.
Year.
Over a year.
Yeah, over a year.
So yeah, that was
Yeah.
when we.
Yeah, it happened when I
Yes,
Yeah,
it happened when I was still RG, and that was a long ass time ago.
Yeah.
But we know from the Immortal Angels that your father isn't dead yet, so there's still hope.
Yep.
Right. With that, Raziel will actually stand up and just sort of nod to Cass. It's like, let's go.
Yep.
If you can think of something from the vault to trade.
I will try to avoid that. I'll try to keep it simple if I can.
I don't think there's anything
But
involved
I will
with
discuss
trusting
any-
anything's hands.
I'll discuss any trades from the vault with you before agreeing to anything.
You also have whatever Saxon and I can provide on this matter, I imagine.
We'll ask them what sort of things they are seeking. It changes with time. Sometimes they want weapons, sometimes they want medical science. We'll inquire, see if there's any valuables that they want.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Good luck.
I have a single idea. If they do request a weapon, I have something that can be traded with almost immediacy.
Hmm?
The single kill blade.
No.
No? Okay. Off the table. That's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to hear.
No, there might be something of not high containment from the vault. Not the blade that kills the person that uses it and auto kills whatever it is, because that's
asking for trouble.
that new thing deserves to be locked up forever.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yeah, the
Right.
thing that is a current our Omega plan.
Okay. Cassie and Raziel leave. And it is there that we are actually going to end this week's session.
I was going to say, right before we do, Jax is going to look at it and go, the one thing I want to make clear, by the way, is the help I offered before for trying to get a better body that can contain you for longer and better, that is not conditional on you helping. I'm going to help you with that regardless.
Echo
I want you to know this.
Echo smiles at you and goes, I think I already knew that because you're all kind.
I just wanted to make sure that there was no mystery on it for thinking I was using it as a bargaining chip.
And she nods and goes, that's kind of why I want to help.
I hope we get you a body so you can stay around Echo.
I would like that. Okay. And that is where we shall end the session. Alright. Everybody take 4,000 experience points and your usual piety. Actually, you know what? Because we missed a couple of sessions, everyone take 7,000 experience points and 2 piety.
Oh, you screw up the math.
No, just add 3,000.
That's right. I'm horrible at math. I'm a rock licker.
I'm gonna do something.
Mhm.
I'm playing this card.
How many rocks have you
Are you
licked?
making yourself think?
Do the math.
I'm getting 10% experience,
Okay.
which is
Yeah,
putting me
that's
up an extra 2 boons.
So 10% total or 10% gain? What is that card?
Has 10%
Of your current experience.
10% of your current
Of your
experience.
current experience.
Yep.
Yeah, he's actually
I-
used the same card.
Two.
I had, well, yeah, it
5
depends
more and
what
I
your
get
total
mine.
experience is.
Right, and we will do this same time next week.
I'm actually calculating now. Yay.
Same